have from the rich not paying their taxes, they then fine people more for parking tickets, moving violations, etc. They put all the taxes on us. So this is income redistribution. That's what the Republicans want to do. And part of how they do it is, and this is the most effective thing in Washington, is you execute someone's career. And what that does is for all the career bureaucrats in Washington, it sends a message. Don't mess with the Republicans. Don't mess with the rich. Otherwise, you'll lose your job and you won't be able to feed your kids. So even if they can't get John Koskinen, right, they're sending a message here. We're coming for you guys. Don't you dare cross us. Do not audit the rich. Don't do your job. We're going to cut your budget and we're going to fire your chief. And it doesn't matter. We'll make up things. It doesn't get any more made up than this scandal. They targeted conservatives and liberal organizations, and they went after liberal organizations more than they went after conservatives. Who cares? We made it up. We made it up. Because the message they're trying to send isn't don't do the wrong thing, otherwise we'll come to get you. The message they're sending is don't do the right thing. If you try to do your job, we'll make sure that you don't have it anymore.
Yeah, and it puts the message out there that, okay, so you're a regular person, and you're watching these ads, and you're hearing all this stuff about how the rich they should have to pay more in taxes, and then you think, oh wait, isn't the IRS like totally corrupt? And it makes you question whether that sort of strategy is necessary, is moral. It makes people question the tax base of this country, which is awful. And we were just talking about the fees have to replace the taxes. Isn't it amazing that it's even legal? Like, we understand if I go to jail for a week, and if a really rich person goes to jail for a week, sucks for both of us. Maybe not equally, but it sucks. But if I have to pay a $100 fine, and he has to pay a $100 fine, he doesn't even notice it, whereas it's really bad for me. How is that legal? That the fine, the justice is so unequal in that respect. But anyway, so they get to both hurt the IRS, and they don't even have to kill it. All they have to do is defund it a little bit, take away some of the agents that's already underfunded and can't do the investigations it needs to do, and that allows them to use these tricky-pizzicky maneuvers named after countries, knowing that the chances of them being caught are much lower, and at the same time, they make people question taxation as a strategy, as something that the government should even be getting up to. Now, I think that is probably why they're doing this. Now, some people on the right don't think that it's a good use of their time, and they actually believe that because of the recent experience with the Benghazi investigations. In this clip, you're going to see Charles Krauthammer making that point.
Look, this is not going to end well. Republicans have demonstrated, if they have demonstrated anything, Republicans in the Congress have shown that they have no ability to conduct successful investigations of this administration. Everything they have touched has failed or backfired. Even Benghazi, where they had prima facie evidence of new data showing that Hillary Clinton had said to the Egyptian ambassador a day after the incident that had nothing to do with the video, and then spent the next week or two telling that to the country and to the father of one of those who fell. The most damning evidence I can imagine. It is something you would have started a hearing with that would have had tremendous impact, and they didn't succeed. They ended up with the images, the way it's been received as she had a triumph. If you can't score on that, you're not going to score on this.
So why even bother them?
So understand what Krauthammer's saying. He's not saying he's on Fox News. He's deeply conservative. He's a neocon through and through. He's not saying don't do the investigation because it's not the right thing to do. Don't try to get that guy fired. He didn't do anything wrong. Don't try to impeach him. That's preposterous, right? No, he's saying you're just not good at the hatchet job. Like, I would prefer you to be much better at the hatchet jobs. Here's how you should have done the Benghazi hatchet job better. And in this case, you're going to bundle it again. He said, you're not going to be able to score on this. Right? His problem isn't the game. His problem is that you're not playing that game well enough and not scoring enough in favor of the rich. So, and the guy who's spearheading this, look, all the Republicans who are on this side are guilty of this. And but Jason Chaffetz, he has this libertarian cloak, like, I'm principled and I'm deeply conservative / libertarian, right? And sometimes on some civil liberties issues, he delivers, and you go, hey, okay, look at that. He was actually principled for half a second. And then he'll come back and do this, right? He knows what the game plan is, and he knows his whole job is to be a boy for the Republican donors. And this guy's a deeply political guy. So even he used to work for John Huntsman in Utah, who ran for president last time around on the Republican side. And Huntsman's like, watch out for Chaffetz. And he said, oh man, that guy basically, he was implying he'll stab you in the back the minute he gets a chance, which apparently Huntsman feels like Chaffetz did to him. This guy knows the score. So he's out here going, oh, yeah, Republican donors, you'll love what I got for you. I'm going to try to murder the IRS for you, right? And that's what's happening.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't hurt, and it's not a coincidence that Jason Chaffetz, who would very much like to be the next Speaker of the House on a day in which Paul Ryan has actually been nominated for it, who needs the support of the Tea Party members of Congress, is suddenly, let's impeach this guy who targeted the Tea Party. He came after you guys. I'm the one standing up for you. It's probably not going to actually work and make him the Speaker of the House, but I think that that's playing into his the timing of it to some extent. Okay, let's move on to a little bit of our pre-debate discussion. This week, Donald Trump is suffering from a little bit of performance anxiety, both in Iowa and around the country. The polls aren't looking as good for him. Now, yesterday in the Young Turks, myself and Jimmy Dore broke down how he's now losing up to almost double digits in Iowa to Carson. First polls he's actually losing in since really entering the primary field. But now it's not just Iowa. I desperately wanted yesterday for there to be a national poll, and now there is. 26% of Republican primary voters nationally back Carson, giving him a 4-point edge over Trump at 22%. Now, yes, the margin of error is 4%, so technically it's within that margin of error, but you'd still rather be 4 up than 4 down if you're going to start bringing up the margin of error. Support for Carson has quadrupled since August. He was down significantly. Now he is up. Marco Rubio is now in 3rd place. It's just for context at 8%. Jeb Bush at 7%, Carly Fiorina at 7%, all others at 4% or lower. So that's sort of the situation going into these debates. But Donald Trump has now lost not just in Iowa, but he's down currently nationally, and he's not taking it very well. He sent out this tweet: after a great evening in packed auditorium in Iowa, I am now in Colorado, looking forward to what I am sure will be a very unfair debate. Does anybody think that CNBC will get their fictitious polling numbers corrected? That's the poll I referred to earlier. Sometime prior to the start of the debate? Sad. Isn't it weird that when he's sad, he says it sad? Sad. Rage! I'm just so happy right now. Because now we're going into these debates. And we're going to have some video of him whining to a crowd in Iowa. But he has to go in, and his whole strategy this whole time has just been, I'm popular. You guys like me. Now more of you like me. Now they like Carson more than you around the whole country, and he's crying.
So God knows what he'll do when he's feeling down, right?
Sad, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sad. It's so funny. It's almost like Jeb. But he's crazy when he's up. Wait till you get a load of him when he's down. Mm-hmm. Then he's going to start swinging wildly. Yeah. And so that ought to get super interesting. But it's interesting how much he cries. But you would think like, oh wait, aren't conservatives, their images like, oh, tough, strong. No, conservatives love crying. They love playing the victim. It's all projection. When they say, oh, liberals like to be victims, no, they love to be victims. Oh, we're persecuted Christians. Right? 85% of the country. So when Trump starts to cry, I guess they like it, right? They're like, oh, CNBC's numbers are wrong. Based on what? What do you say
they
that?
could be wrong, but say specifically how they're wrong.
Why are they wrong? No, they're wrong. They're dummies. Unfair. Everything's unfair. Yeah. He's a child. That's what he is.
He's a child, yeah.
They did an analysis. He speaks like a 3rd grader. And he also acts like a 3rd grader. This is what a 3rd grader does.
And look, the numbers could be off. It's certainly possible. So some people have sent me links. We talked yesterday about how in Iowa now, a recent poll, a Monmouth University poll of 400 people, says that Hillary is up 41 points over Sanders, which is scary. Now, look, I think she is winning, but the methodology of the poll was flawed. They did not have nearly a representative sample of young people, of people who haven't previously voted in primaries, which Bernie Sanders is almost certainly going to bring in. And so you can break down the methods of a poll. There's nothing I like doing more than that. But he's not doing that. He's simply saying that they're bad. He's saying that they're flawed. And it's going to be very exciting to see him in this actual debate. Because when he says it's unfair, he's not actually wrong. It is unfair. Because at a debate, you're forced to give details in regards to what you would do. And he is not prepared for that. That makes it unfair for him. He would love to just get up there and say, I'm high in the polls. Rand Paul's low. Why is he on the stage? Get rid of him. But now Carson can do the same thing to him, possibly, and it's going to be very exciting to see if he does. But as I said, we do have him complaining to a crowd in Iowa, and this is going to be funny. But as you watch this, I want you to bear in mind what you've seen of the stump speeches of other candidates. I went and saw Bernie Sanders, and they talk about their vision for America. This is what Trump talks about during his stump speeches.
And I had the best result because in most polls I'm number one. Now, until Iowa came along, I said every poll. And then Iowa, what the hell are you people doing to me? So can we please do me a favor. Let me win Iowa. And then I'm going to win. I'm telling you, we're going to win New Hampshire. And I thought it was good here. Come on. Okay, so that's the end of that. But I want to tell you, I refuse to say, get your asses in here. I will not say that. I will not say it. So will you please do me a favor and work with my people and go out on February 1st and vote and give us a victory? And if I win Iowa, we're going to run the whole table.
So, I mean, have you ever seen a politician who is so obsessed with polls?
Yeah.
I don't think that I have, and not just privately, like we hear that they're obsessed with polls. They run a lot of polls. He can't stop talking about it, and you combine that with the tweeting, and he is a cancer that needs to be removed from this country. Look, Ben Carson is even crazier than Trump in some ways, but he's not as pathetic. He's not as inherently flawed in many ways as Donald Trump, and that's why I'm taking a lot of schadenfreude from seeing him go down in the polls.
So his egomania, or perhaps megalomania, is concerning to you, I think, instinctually, because you worry that if a guy like that becomes president of the country, that he's going to let his ego dictate a more authoritarian route, right? I am in charge. I get to do whatever I want. I don't have to follow your rules or laws. I'm above it, right? That's the sense we're all getting from Donald Trump. That's why we're concerned about him. But that same ego forces him to do things like this. He can't help himself. How could I be number two? You got to put me back at number one.
Yeah.
So he's almost like pleading with the audience, please, please. And then he talks to them later as if they're his employees, and he says, Iowa, will you get your numbers up, please?
Yeah.
Right? It's as if he's talking to an employee, hey, in marketing, get your numbers up. Okay, let's go. And then finally he said his classic Trump line. So let's be fair to him. A man of substance. He said to them, quote, I promise you, I will do such a good job.
Finally, specifics.
Right? He's a child.
He's a child. He is not prepared for this. And he is too stupid to do it and too stupid to know that he's too stupid to do it. And that's why he thought he was prepared. And now he's being pushed along. It would be like if a 10-year-old showed up at a job interview on Wall Street and everybody there was like, oh my God, you're amazing. Of course the kid's going to think he can do the job, but he can't do the job. You can't give him the job. Get your ass in here, Iowa. But thankfully they have in supporting Carson, who justifiably is more in line with Iowan Republican morals, values. He's more like them.
But there are no winners here. I mean, look, you certainly don't want Carson being president either.
No, definitely not. But if it hurts Trump along the way, I'm willing to deal with it for a month or two. Why don't we let's do another story before we go to our first break. We got time. We've criticized Hillary Clinton on any number of different occasions for what we perceive to be her incredibly tight relationship with Wall Street, with the individuals on Wall Street, with banks on Wall Street, and she wants to avoid some of that criticism in the future. So last night on Stephen Colbert's Late Show, she tried to reassure the people watching that she would not have this very intimate relationship with the big banks, talking about the policy of too big to fail, or the theory of too big to fail. So Stephen Colbert asked her directly, if she were president and the banks were failing, do we let them fail? And she said, yes. Their shareholders will have to know that, yes, they will fail. And if they're too big to fail, then under my plan and others that have been proposed, they may have to be broken up.
Yeah, I don't believe her at all.
Yeah.
I don't believe her even remotely. I don't care how many times she says yes.
Yeah.
So the reasons I don't believe her, because if that were to happen, what will happen is her economic advisors, which will be very similar to Obama's, which were very similar to Bush's, will come in and say, oh, no. Madam President, you don't understand. This is different. Okay? If we let them fail, and they'll walk her through what they always walk the president through, then that will affect all of the economy through all the corporations in America. So, for example, GM and all the other corporations borrow on a 30-day rate. And so if they can't borrow from the banks, well, then they can't pay their employees. So it has cascading effects throughout the entire economy, and not just the U.S. economy, but the world economy. And the entire thing is built on this, kind of a Ponzi scheme to some degree, right? It's not, but it is, right? In that it works. You need some credit, and credit's an important part. Don't listen to the crazy guys who don't believe in credit, right? But at the same time, if we pull out one piece from that Jenga, it does collapse.
Yeah.
So then you didn't build it very well.
It becomes Jenga Unchained.
Very good, John. So they'll tell her it is Jenga Unchained. Don't pull that piece. She will not pull it. There's no way in the world she pulls it. She'll come up with 1,000 excuses. That's what they all do. She's hardcore establishment, and she's going to appoint people to tell her that, so that she can turn around and go, oh, the person I appointed tells me there's nothing I can do, right? And she didn't get $200,000 a speech from the big banks, Goldman Sachs and the others, to turn around and screw them over. She got that so she would do exactly what they tell her to do.
Yeah, and the only thing that would be scarier in this case is if most of her biggest donors were on Wall Street. Oh, shit.
Oh, that's right!
Right now.
They are!
And that's what makes it very scary. And also, there's a couple of inherent flaws in even what she said here. So this is meant to reassure us. And I agree with you, and maybe we're being unfair. And when we say that we don't trust someone, I understand if you're a Hillary supporter to say, well, you should, I do. And trust is a difficult thing when it comes to politicians, which is why, when necessary, we shouldn't have to trust them. Now, she says here, if they're too big to fail, then under my plan, they may have to be broken up. First of all, they are too big to fail right now. It's not a may. They are objectively too big to fail for the reasons that Cenk just laid out. And even if they're too big to fail, for her, they only may have to be broken up. So if you do not understand the current situation of the financial markets in America, and even then you may not be willing to do what is necessary, and how about this? How about before the economy is on the brink of destruction for the second time in less than a decade? How about before we get to that point, we break them up? How about right now we break them up so that we don't get to that point, so that we don't lose millions of jobs, and we don't force hundreds of thousands or millions of people to lose their homes, and we don't also wreck all of those businesses that rely on the big banks? The only person that in the short term is hurt by breaking up the banks, because they would continue to operate, is some of the people in the upper management or the ownership of those banks. Wreck them. They've had their way for way too long in this country. They made it through the recession perfectly fine. And I don't think we need to go through another one. I think that we can break them up right now.
Okay, so let me explain just a little bit more detail on that. So when we talk about breaking up the banks, there's two different scenarios here. Now, if we were to break them up now, which actually is very sensible, but Hillary Clinton wouldn't even come close to proposing, she would find that to be unconscionable, right? So what that does is it spreads out the number of banks that are giving out loans to all those different companies. One of many things that it does. So if one of the banks goes under and there are 100 banks, it's not that big a deal. So it might affect a couple of companies they work with, but then you can do short-term gap fixes on those companies rather than the bank.
Yeah.
If you only have 6 or 7 banks that are giving out loans to all of the major multinational corporations, and one of them goes under, well, that creates a domino effect on those companies, which then affects the other banks. And by the way, they have enormous dealings back and forth between those 6 or 7 banks. When one of them goes under, they probably all go under, and then everybody goes under. Yeah. So it creates an enormous systemic risk. Why would we tolerate that risk? That at any point, if one stupid banker / gambler gambled too much, and one of his derivative bets cost, instead of a $6 billion loss, as happened to JP Morgan recently, a $60 billion loss, which is enormously possible, right? Then you create this domino effect where we all explode the entire world economy. Yeah, of course we should do something about that before it happens. And by the way, when you allow them to do wild gambling, what do you think's going to happen? Yeah, they might win for a while. They might be on a good streak because they've got a lot of government protections, etc., right? Yeah. They pay almost 0% interest rate from the money they're getting from the Fed. They get to gamble with your money. They get to gamble with depositor money. Insane.
Pretty sweet deal.
It is. They get the money at 0%, then they gamble with your money. It's insane on top of insane. Why don't we stop it before the insanity causes the crash? Yeah. Number two, after the crash, she says, we might have to break up the big banks. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, first of all, not might. The question was, if they fail again and they've crashed the entire economy again, okay, we might have to break. Okay, it means that
very bold.
You would have to do what Iceland did, which is to nationalize the banks in the beginning, take over, stop the bleeding. Okay, say, okay, everybody that's relying on this credit, don't worry, that credit's going to be fine. It's backed up by the United States of America, but that means the banks don't get the profits afterwards, right? Because this happens, by the way, in the private industry all the time. If you rescue a company, the company doesn't then say, oh, okay, great, I'm back on my feet, give me all the profits. Yeah. No, the person or the company that rescued it gets all the profits. That's why they do the rescue, right? So, in that case, the government, if they were to stabilize banking, would then get the profits. Then they would privatize the banks again. Iceland has already done it. It's not so that they take over the banks and, they're communists, and then we bring in statues of Trotsky and we win, right? No. You privatize them and then break them up, make them smaller, and do it in a rational way, right? Do you think Hillary Clinton, who has been in bed with the banks getting personal money, that $200,000 speech just goes into her pocket, not into her campaign, into her pocket. That's how she makes her living, okay? Plus all the campaign donations that her and her husband have received for decades and decades from the bank, that she's going to nationalize the banks? Come on, man. I hate to tell you, man, but if you're a liberal progressive, you're a Democrat, and you believe that, you are a giant sucker. Doesn't mean Hillary Clinton's wrong about everything. No, of course not. I like her education program when it comes to tuition better than I like Bernie Sanders. I like her gun control policies better than I like Bernie Sanders. But on this, you're an enormous sucker if you think she's not on the side of the banks and would do any of the things she said in that interview with Colbert.
Yeah, and look, you can break up the banks, as you said, in multiple ways. One way is just reducing the overall size of all the banks, but you can also break up what they're allowed to do. That's what the purpose of reinstating Glass-Steagall is supposed to bring, and she ruled it out. Like, normally you move to the left in the primaries, and then you go back in the middle. She's hardcore not going to do that already. That shows how little interest she has in actual regulation of them. And as you say, you're allowed as a candidate to have a couple of weak points. I would say allowing the economy to fail because you're unwilling to do what Wall Street doesn't want you to do, that's slightly too big, I think, of a weakness to allow you to be president.
It's so depressing that she's, look, she's losing New Hampshire, but back when there were polling indicating that Bernie Sanders was winning in New Hampshire and Iowa, well, okay, that gave you hope, right? That it might be a little different outcome than what is quote-unquote preordained. Now she's got big leads in the national polls. Everybody declared her the winner of the debate, and her numbers moved up, right? And now she's doing much better in Iowa. So the establishment is enormously likely to win again, right? And by the way, what are your choices? Okay, so let's say she wins the primary. She might be up against Ted Cruz, in which case you want the establishment to win. Because, as horrible as the establishment is, they're not as horrible as Ted Cruz. Okay, so, these are our choices.
Not a lot of the Republicans are going to break up the banks.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, more power to Larry Lessig, more power to Bernie Sanders, more power to anyone who is anti-establishment on the left-wing side. Because if we get this, you're going to get more of the same, then we run straight into that iceberg. The guarantee. All right.
So why don't we take our first break?
Yep.
Okay, when we come back, we have updates on the South Carolina desk flipping, some extremely important updates, including one that JR found for me, like right before we started this hour. And then we've also got, Anonymous has a new target, and you are never going to guess who it is. But we'll see after this break.
John, with you guys, Zoran Petrovic says, my name, Trump is a howler monkey in disguise. The Chris Labaca writes in, Donald Trump's phone numbers are dropping so fast, my head is just like porn. Mike Kim is wrong. He writes in turn, Hillary has Stockholm syndrome with the banks. No, she's not a captive to the banks. He's part of the house. So that's why I think that's a little off. And understand, I'm not targeting just Hillary. That's what politicians are. Yeah. Remember when Dick Durbin said, Frank, we can't do real financial reform here. Frank was a joke. He said, because frankly, the banks run this place, referring to Congress. Right? So they're all paid. The banks pay them, so they're collaborative.
Basically, Sanders made that point at the last debate.
Yep.
You don't regulate them, they regulate us.
Yep. Kamran Rizvi says the same thing that John did. Hillary opposes reinstating Glass-Steagall. You know she's full of shit in the public of Wall Street. Walter Mathalday backs you up again. Good point by John. Says maybe too big. Ignores evidence banks are too big. And Michael Nathan asked the most penetrating question of all, though. Is Voltramax too big to fail? Okay, that is a very, very fair question.
How could it fail?
Yeah. Remember what they did to us with Voltramax. And finally Max Richard says, hey, now remember how she told those banks to cut that out? She'll be tough on those banks.
I forgot about cut that out. Oh, my God.
Remember when she used to represent Wall Street and she told them, cut that out? Hey, actually, sorry, one more thing before we go on with the stories. Let me do member shout-outs real quick. Member number 1206 is Kevin's... Excuse me, Kevin Crivelli. And member number 1704 is Kira Elliott. So, Kevin and Kira, hey guys, how you doing? Everybody stick around for the debates right here on TYTnetwork.com. We'll cover it live for you guys.
And Jimmy's going to be here. And Mark Thompson should be live.
Yeah, Jimmy and Mark Thompson. Yeah. That's a fun combo. That's like an old school crew. That's going to be great.
It's going to be great. And then I'll also be on the end of the table, too.
I guess.
I guess. Who cares? We're going to pan the camera suggestively away. Okay, let's talk about something important. We've got interesting new developments on the South Carolina desk flipping case of police brutality. Now, when this was released, you might have imagined that this is a case in which everybody watching that is going to understand that the police officer flipping a young girl, 16 years old, out of her desk and then dragging her in the chair across the room is objectively too much force. But that's not actually the case. And many people are trying to make the case on cable news and in press conferences that it was actually the girl herself who is responsible for it. So in this video, you're going to see a sheriff from the area defending the use of force in that case.
This incident started with a very disruptive student in a class. The student was not allowing the teacher to teach, was not allowing the students to learn. She was very disruptive, she was very disrespectful, and she started this whole instance with her action. Their education was put on hold while this disruptive student had to be dealt with. We must not lose sight that this whole incident started by this student. She is responsible for initiating this action. There's some responsibility that falls on her. Now, the action of our deputies, we take responsibility for that, but we also have to put responsibility on her for disrupting that school, disrupting that class, and causing this incident to start from the very beginning.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll take responsibility, but let me talk for 45 more seconds about how this girl who was thrown across her classroom, how she is responsible for it, because she didn't say anything to the guy.
I keep making this reference that I'm not sure anybody remembers, but he reminded me of Akon there. He does a whole song on Blame Me, but in the song, if you listen to it, he says, no, it wasn't really my fault, it was all your fault.
Exactly.
Right? And that's what he's doing here. The cop throws the girl around, right? Now, when we covered the story yesterday, we said, hey, look, she shouldn't have been disruptive, and she should have listened to her teacher. I would be upset if my kid didn't listen to the teacher. That doesn't mean she's responsible for the cop throwing her around the classroom, right? No, she's responsible for the original disruption.
Yeah.
She's not responsible for the violence that was committed against her, right? Those are two different issues. You know, I don't think you should have even brought cops into a situation with a school. I think the administrator should have handled it. But even so, that doesn't mean you get to kick her ass.
Yeah, exactly.
It's different.
Yeah, people are treating it as if it's the same thing. The responsibility is separate on the two, and you can demonstrate that by saying, well, what if he just pulled out his gun and shot her?
Right.
She still shouldn't have disrupted the class if she'd been shot. She didn't deserve to be shot, and so, yes, he didn't shoot her, he just beat her. Okay, still, she might not have, maybe she shouldn't have done the disruption, certainly, but that is irrelevant when we're talking about what the police officer did, which is not acceptable based on the evidence that we have literally seen with our own eyes.
By the way, if he shot her, I guarantee you they'd be making the same exact defense. They say, oh, well, I mean, she raised her hand at some point, and she had to disrupt her in the first place. He was afraid he was being drawn.
Thankfully, largely, when it comes to in the classroom, they have not been pulling out their guns. And we had in Round Rock, Texas, just last week, I believe it was a student getting choke slammed because he tried to walk away from a police officer. He deserves to be slammed down to the ground. But perhaps we're just missing the fact that, yes, overall the force might have been a little bit too much, but maybe it was just a matter of choosing the wrong maneuver. Let's watch.
We'll note that the teacher and the school administrator in their statements both fully support the actions of Ben Fields. They said that he acted appropriately, that he didn't use excessive force, that he did what was necessary. And that came from both of them who were present when this happened. The third video from another student who also supports Officer Fields actually shows the female student striking Ben Fields and her resisting when he tried to get her from her chair. Once he put her hands on her, he was allowed to do that. He placed her in arrest. He verbally told her that he was under arrest. He attempted to use force to make the arrest. I do not feel that the proper procedures was used at that point, and that's what's caused me my heartburn and what my issues with this. The maneuver that he used was not based on the training or acceptable.
So he is bothered by this, but only because he chose to beat her in the wrong way. He should have beaten her differently. He should have thrown her across the room with a different hold, or perhaps grabbed her in a different way and then thrown her across the room.
And he's not morally bothered by it. It's causing him heartburn because he's getting a lot of press coverage.
Exactly.
It's annoying. Normally when they throw African-American kids around, nobody complains. Now you got YouTube videos. And
he was forced to fire probably his friend. And the guy is fired. He clearly didn't want to do it, but was forced to. And I want to say at this point, here's the amazing other thing. So Jared brought up that the girl wasn't like going along with what the class like with it. She wasn't talking back in the proper way to the cop. And they don't seem to care that maybe there's a reason for that. And they didn't find out the reason. Now, investigators afterward found out, here's perhaps one of the reasons. She recently lost her mother and she's living in foster care, which would cause an incredible amount of strain and emotional distress for someone. And that's why you need to actually talk to them, not throw them across a room. Because maybe there's a reason that they're acting out in some way. And in a lot of cases, depending on the color of the skin or the socioeconomic status of the family of a kid, they will listen to them and let them act out when they suffer life trauma. But in other cases, they feel it's perfectly fine to throw them across the room.
Look, there's something sick in our culture too. I mean, look, the racial stuff I get, and I know that it's been around for a long time. By the way, the sheriff in explaining all this said school administrator agreed, and he's African American. Oh, okay, so then it's okay.
Yeah,
right. Like he went out of his way to say, like, I mean, we throw black people around all the time, but the black guy made us. Right? I got it. Okay, but put that aside for a second. I think the larger sickness, or I don't want to call it larger, but an equally problematic sickness is the police state. Like, I mean, we never called the cops when a kid acted up. And kids used to act up all the time when I was growing up. For a cop to show up at a school, somebody had to have been stabbed. Or, I mean, I'm not sure a cop showed up. I remember one time a kid decked one of the teachers, punched the teacher in the face, right? I think cops showed up, right? Yeah, like at that point, the cops should show up.
They barely hassled you.
Right.
You got to go home after.
So, like now, you're in foster care, you got this issue, you got that issue. I'm not going to have administrator. I'm not going to have. Look, it's not like they didn't try. I know, they tried. The teacher tried. The administrator tried. Well, okay, try a little harder, right? Don't call in the cops. Cops escalate a situation.
Yeah.
And if the reason the kid's acting up, and I know I was there, that sometimes kids are jerks, right? Kids were jerks to me, they were jerks to others, I get it. But a friend of mine put it this best. He said to his son who was getting bullied, he's like, don't fret it too much. The mean kids are the ones that are sad inside. Okay. Now, in her case, she wasn't mean at all. She was just, she'd drawn in on herself, and she wasn't listening to anyone. And so that was the issue with her. But hey, you're an administrator at a school. Think it through. Maybe the kid's got issues.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe the answer isn't force and violence, because when you call in a cop, then they're going to have a conversation about whether to throw her across the room this way or throw her across the room that way.
Yeah. Yeah, a particular tool deals with a situation from the way it's designed, and they're designed to use violence to stop situations. And you can see it, like he didn't use the right maneuver. He should have handled it differently by perhaps using an underhanded grip as he threw it. No, we want you to handle it differently by not using violence in the first place. And I feel at this point like the conversation trying to get the police to change their stance on violence is pointless, because if you can watch that video and say he did the right thing, there's something broken in your mind when you think about the use of force. You do not have a healthy view of what violence is and how it should be used. To be able to look at that and say it's okay. But look, I want to step a little bit more broad, because you've been talking about here the police state and also what it means to bring a cop into a school. And it turns out that it's not these isolated incidents. It systemically changes the way that school runs. So we can bring up this chart. You're going to see first arrests it's graphic 9, by the way. You see the disproportionate amount of Hispanic and Black students who are arrested to their overall enrollment percentages, and then whites obviously under arrested. Now, I understand that based purely off of this information, some people will look at that and say, well, it looks like they just commit way more crimes, and whites just don't commit any crimes. That's an interesting hypothesis. Could be true. We're going to look a little bit deeper. Overall, about 78% of kids who are arrested at schools are minorities. There's an interesting turn of phrase that they're minorities, but still 78%, 35% of whom are black. Now, this is based off data from 2012. Now, there are some judges who have started to notice patterns in the way that cops deal with things that need to be arrest-worthy. A chief judge of the juvenile court in Clayton County, Georgia, saw that when police were placed on school grounds in his county, 11 times as many students ended up in juvenile court. Did the crime shoot up by 11 times? No, just 11 times more were sent to court. He told Congress at a 2012 hearing that the prosecutor's attention was taken from the more difficult evidentiary and scarier cases like burglary, robberies, car thefts, aggravated assaults with weapons, to prosecuting kids that are not scary, but made an adult mad. They acted up. They were disruptive, and they found that when you compare schools that have these SROs, the cops who stay in schools all day long, versus others that don't, and you control for socioeconomic status, they arrest far more students when the cops are there. They don't end up actually successfully charging those students, but they do arrest more, and it's because they're arresting them for acting out. There's no evidence that they were committing a crime. They were just annoying an adult, basically. And so you send them to jail for a day, and then you've got nothing on them. That's what you get from having a cop in the school.
So two things about that. You put the cops into blacks and Latinos schools, and then they arrest blacks and Latinos, and then some people will take that and go full circle and go, see, blacks and Latinos get arrested more, they must be more violent. No, but wait a minute. Whenever we put a cop in a school, he arrests 11 times as many people as if he wasn't there, which makes all the sense in the world, which gets to the second point. Listen to what John is saying. You know this. What's the biggest crime in America? Disrespecting a police officer, right? We tell our cops, do not let anyone question your authority. Yeah. Now, I disagree with that, but I think a lot of people in the country agree with that. They think, no, it's important for a cop to control the situation, right? And so he's got to bark his orders, and they've got to listen. If they don't, it can spiral out of control, and it could be a danger to more people. So I'm giving you if you're a right-winger, you love that, right? You agree with that philosophy. Now think about it when you teach cops that, then you put them into a school with kids who don't like to listen to people. Kids in general don't listen to their parents, don't listen to their teachers, etc., right? More so than not, right? It's not, like, if that's uncommon to you, you haven't heard of a kid ever acting up, you live on a different planet than I do, right? So you put kids that are naturally don't want to listen and want to eat the candy and want to, disrupt class, and you put a cop that you've trained, never let anybody disrespect you. Yeah. Never let anybody ignore your orders. It's a recipe for disaster. They're gonna rough up the kids. They're gonna arrest the kids because it's the wrong culture, right? You shouldn't do that. And then you put them mainly into black and Latino schools, and then you go, oh, did we arrest more blacks and Latinos? I couldn't have seen that coming. Oops. I guess it must have been their fault, not the cop's fault. No, it's not the individual cop, although this guy's a little out of control based on his past. It's the idea of putting the cop in the school in the first place, and it's the idea of assuming that black and Latino schools and kids are more dangerous, and hence you've got to put more cops in their schools.
Okay, why don't we move on to something a little bit lighter?
Okay.
So that's a serious, dark topic. We're going to turn to something fun. We're going to make fun of Jesse Waters. Recently, Bill O'Reilly sent his goon, Jesse Waters, to the Cornell campus to search for political indoctrination, and then Waters was thrown off the campus because he was harassing, sometimes in a sexual sense, the students of Cornell. But first, why did they think that they would find political indoctrination there? Here is Bill explaining.
Of the nearly $600,000 donated by Cornell's faculty to political candidates, 96% went to Democrats. That doesn't seem real diverse to me. So we sent Waters to Cornell.
To me, maybe that's an old school journalistic trick. I don't know, to introducing a story. Maybe I should start using it. So, 96%.
Can I just say real quick, what if you polled people at Fox News? My guess is that, somewhere close to 96% will donate to Republicans as opposed to Democrats. Remember, their slogan is fair and balanced. That doesn't seem very fair and balanced to me. So maybe we should send some dirty Waters to investigate Fox News.
Yeah, and look, I don't know exactly where he got that information from, that 96% is off. If it is true, that is very high, obviously. For all we know, the 600,000, 550,000 of it could be from one person. That would be an interesting thing to find out. And they don't look at all the schools. I'm sure there are a lot of private universities, religious universities, military academies, where they give heavily to conservatives. He's not interested in that, though, so he sends Jesse Waters, and then they, after probably hours of filming, are able to put together a montage which looks something like this.
It's the vibe on campus.
Very diverse campus, a bunch of different people from a bunch of different backgrounds.
It's not that diverse because, according to this report, 96% of the donations from faculty here went to Democrats.
What's wrong with that?
Do you ever feel that the professors are pushing a political agenda here?
I've got friends who are liberal arts majors. They write a paper and they bring up a conservative viewpoint. They won't get a good grade.
If I want an A, I tailor my papers, not a press release. I'm going to give you a test to see if you've been indoctrinated and how bad it is. Do you think we should build a wall at the southern border to protect against the illegal alien invasion?
The invasion.
So you'd be okay with Guatemalans coming into your dorm room and sleeping on the floor?
Okay, no.
Don't stop, Agent. You're doing fine.
Make it out of ice.
That's not very smart from a Cornell student.
Well, I'm indoctrinated, so I know nothing.
What is the national debt right now?
200 million.
18 trillion. Professors aren't telling you the truth.
Maybe not.
Do you think that the phrase Islamic terror is offensive?
Yes.
Have a lot of the terrorists been Episcopalian these days? You have a Make America Great Again hat?
No.
Can I buy you one?
Absolutely. You can't buy me anything.
Dinner?
Okay, this got weird.
He included that in the video, by the way, which I think makes him look like a ridiculous creep because she wasn't having it, but he included that. There's a lot to pick apart. My favorite part, of course, is that they understand how ancient their audience is, and so they put in the old-timey video clips. The only thing older than those references are the people watching Fox News, but it's the guy with the black and white and the hat and everything. They couldn't find a Will Ferrell clip that would make the students look stupid.
So, by the way, you didn't know what the exact national debt was? Yeah, I'd like to give that quiz at any Republican get-together. See how they do on that quiz.
Yeah,
they're going to know that fact, right?
He didn't know it 5 seconds before he Googled it before conducting that interview.
Okay, right. So these are purposely unfair questions. Ironically, they complain when presidential candidates get asked perfectly normal policy questions and call them gotcha questions. Yeah. These are gotcha questions. I mean, what a stupid question. Do you want somebody from Honduras sleeping in your dorm room? That has nothing to do with our immigration policy, right? Yeah. It's a different thing for someone to come into a dorm room and sleep with you than it is to, hey, what should be our reasonable immigration policy? Yeah. Just because you think that some level of immigration should be allowed doesn't mean you believe that they should sleep under your bed. Right? This is a stupid gotcha question. What's so funny is that, to me, it's absolutely transparent, but they think they're being super clever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and the 72-year-olds that watch O'Reilly's show, that's the average age for an O'Reilly viewer, they're like, see how they got the grandkids over there, they don't know anymore. Get off my lawn. Okay.
They love the college kids looking stupid, especially if you tell them it's liberal college students.
So, and they say, are you against the illegal invasion? You're not, you're biased. No, the question is biased, right? Now, it's a fair question to ask. What percentage of Cornell professors are in favor of, a path to citizenship? That's a fair policy question.
Yeah.
Are you in favor of the illegal invasion that was going to come under your bed in your dorm room? Oh, you are in favor of it. Biased. How do you not see the irony in that? You don't see the irony in that if you're a stupid person like Jesse Waters and Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah. Look, the 96% is definitely interesting. Look, I was in political science in undergrad and government in grad. I had professors that I was pretty certain were liberal. One or two turns out that they were actually neocons and hit it very well at the time. But I also had professors that were incredibly conservative. My political theory professors were whack jobs. But I also knew that I should probably write in that direction to them. But there's a difference between a professor being liberal or giving to a Democrat or whatever, and you being like penalized in some way for seeming conservative. If a student goes into a class, an intro economics class, and then spreads a juvenile version of supply-side economics that they read in an Ayn Rand novel, then yeah, they're not going to do well. That's not because of political bias. It's because it's a stupid, asinine theory that they have attempted to indoctrinate young and old people to believe. And the professors, the ones who actually study economics and study politics and study history, study comparatively, and actually know about this material a little bit more than Jesse Waters and Bill O'Reilly do, they are actually good judges of what makes sense politically, economically, in terms of comparative constitutions, things of that sort. That's not biased. That's an expert.
Right. And so, look, when I was going on undergrad, remember, I was a Republican, right? So I knew most of my political science professors were liberals, although I had a professor who worked in the Nixon industry. And even back when I was a Republican, I could tell his bias was that Nixon was awesome.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what he taught us. Okay. So now, there are some instances. In law school, we had one professor who, if you didn't agree with her liberal position, she said, then you don't understand the material. Mm-hmm. Okay, now that is bias. Yeah. Okay, it does exist, but you belittle your own cause when you act like a jackass like this. Assume that it's for every professor. Yeah. It's completely one-sided, and you conflate the two issues. If you have a specific instance of a professor doing that, then we're actually going to be on your side and say, "Don't do that. That's ridiculous." And you can fix that problem that you found. But that's not what they're doing here. They're trying to say, "Hey, don't go to school. The school's for people who are going to be biased." No. Just listen to our propaganda. That's the better way to go.
Yeah, my final thing about the indoctrination. So this is an ongoing campaign. We had Ben Carson talking about how he wants to turn the Department of Education into Big Brother for education to see if professors are indoctrinating them. Do conservatives, do Republicans, Jesse Waters, Bill Riley, do they actually not want kids to be indoctrinated, to be told what to believe? Do they perhaps want families to be barred from bringing kids to church until they're 21, until they can decide for themselves? No! They think they should be brought there every day, and they should learn exactly what to believe when it comes to morals, or in a lot of churches, even politics, what policy positions to have. They've got no problem with that, so don't believe anything that they say about propaganda. They're not against propaganda, they're just against other people's propaganda, or what they perceive to be propaganda.
And that's why they assume that professors are indoctrinating students, because that's what they would do.
Yeah.
That's what they do every Sunday, that's what they do at Fox News. So they assume whenever you're talking to kids, what do? You indoctrinate them, right? That's what we do, so that's why we assume they do the same thing.
Yeah. You read different books, different sources at a college. When you go to church, they don't give you the Quran and the Torah and the Old Testament, New Testament. They don't give you books by Dawkins. So let's see if you still believe in a religion after reading this. They're not interested in you testing your faith in that way. No, they just want you to believe. There's something up for universities on that, certainly.
So Waters then gets kicked off of Cornell's campus, and sure he didn't have permission to tape or whatever, right? And then he's like, "Oh, you see that? We proved our point. There's no bias against me, just because I was hitting on undergrads, and I was a creepy old guy going around, freaking them out."
Yeah, and that was apparently the least creepy clip that he could include in that. But one last one. I know that I'm super. When you were talking about that they think they're funny, he really thinks. He really thinks. And by the way, some of the clips I can't show you. He's playing like rap music or something. Like he thinks he's cool. They think this is the equivalent of Daily Show interviews. They got him. They got him. No, when the Daily Show sits down with an elected official and shows their full responses to questions and makes them look silly because they're silly, that's you got him. You trying to get some kid who's just trying to get to their dorm after a class? No, that's ridiculous.
That's the problem. You can't cure stupidity. All right. We are out of time in this hour. We got a great hour coming up with you. Brett Ehrlich's going to join us from Bob Trigger. And then afterwards, the Republican debate. So don't miss the debate coverage right here on TYTnetwork.com. And especially afterwards, biggest winners, losers, we decided it all. So come right back. Young Turks, Jake Hugo, Johnny Fire, Brett Ehrlich, what's going on here?
Feeling good. Yeah.
Man, this is about voices. Yes. I cannot control the volume of my voice.
I don't think we've ever done this story before.
No, I don't think so either. And you know what? I was just about to declare it almost like a power pass. It's not Friday, and it's and we're not going to drop it, but I kind of think we should.
Wow. I like this. Let's drop
feeling.
something.
Yeah.
Light. Drop that light.
Yeah, drop something. Throw a shoe at us. Okay. Look, Think Tank, Young Turks, Pop Trigger, all here at TYT. This is something. It's something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and a little bit later, as you know, of course, coming up, we've got another GOP presidential debate. It is by law necessary that the Republicans do 3 debates for every 1 Democratic debate. So they're gonna have to catch up to that. And Trump says it's gonna be unfair.
It's going to be bad.
I don't know why. They shortened it because of Trump. I guess we should be somewhat thankful because he complained and cried about it too much. Anyway, all that's coming up, but we got a great second hour for you guys. So, Brett, take it away.
All right, let's do it. We start with New Jersey. And in New Jersey, Syra Ali, let's take a look at her. She is a student in Avenel, New Jersey, and she noticed online that there was a Snapchat posted of her at lunch. We have a screen grab of that Snapchat where someone said, "Oh, she's Muslim. ISIS is in the news. We should put these 2 things together." Also, I have this extra smiley face. Boom.
That seems positive.
Comedy.
That's a good smiley.
It's a great smiley, but ISIS, from what I hear in the news, is not good. So she said, she took to Facebook and said, "You might think there's no hate crime where you live, and before you know it, some ignorant kid from your school makes a video of you at lunch, closes up on your face, calls you ISIS, and then sets it as his Snapchat story for everyone to see, as if he's not insulting billions of people. Please excuse me while I teach this kid a lesson." And she tried to teach the kid a lesson, so she filed a complaint, and after 4 months of investigation, she received this, it's part notification, part form, is it kind of in a, if you like me, do you like me, check yes or no, high school feeling. The district, as you'll see, did not find evidence supporting a claim of harassment, intimidation, or bullying. She was like, "Oh my God, how could you ever say something like that? Because we have shown you a Snapchat video of me or photo or whatever, of me being called ISIS, which, as we all know, is a negative force in the world. It's very obvious what's happening here."
But again, mixed signals because of the happy-eyed smiley.
Right. No one knows what that means, and I think that's most of poetry, is trying to interpret what they mean between the lines. But the response from the school board is pretty great. The superintendent, Robert Zega, said neither of the investigations I'm sure they said that wrong, they just typed that wrong, could confirm an offender. It was bullying, it was hateful, it was all of the things people on Twitter are saying it is, because it got retweeted 30,000 times. There was never any intent to run from this and hide from this. He's essentially saying we couldn't find the person responsible for it, because clearly he doesn't know how Snapchat works, so we couldn't confirm.
They couldn't look it to a human.
Right.
To be fair, I think they only had 4-month investigation.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. Okay, 4 months and they couldn't figure out who sent the Snapchat.
The first 3 months were like, so what is Snapchat?
Do they have it for Android? I don't know if they do in my phone.
And why is it a picture, but yet they claim to be chatting?
Yeah, I don't know. I know how to snap though.
No, I think the problem was that they loaded it, the evidence, and then it was gone, and they were like, "Well, how do I get it back?" Oh, come on!
I mean,
we just lost all our evidence.
I don't think you're wrong.
I agree.
I'm certain that they were like, "Oh, we watched it. We'll just have it later." Anyways, let's go on to whatever else we're doing today.
Oh, that's what they mean by Snapchat.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it!
So good. Yeah. So do we buy the story of the superintendent?
Okay, so I'm super curious what you guys think. I'm on 2 sides of this. I don't know if people are going to be surprised by some of my opinions here, but so let's start with a question that Brett asked. Do I believe the superintendent? No, I think they thought it wasn't really bullying or harassment. And then later when it was retweeted 30,000 times and they were getting a lot of heat, they were like, no, we meant we couldn't find the guy. We couldn't find the guy, right? And I believe them that they couldn't find the guy, but partly because they didn't try too hard.
Right.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I don't think the original snap was retweeted 30,000 times. It was
her retweet, which is what got them in trouble. Like her saying, "I'm going to make an example out of it."
Okay, I thought you were saying that because it had been so spread, it became
no. The original Snapchat was not spread at all, as far as we know, until she started spreading it.
The spread's gone so fast,
right? So, which is then it leads me to be a little conflicted about this story. Like, do you guys think this is bullying?
I think that it's an attempt by a high schooler to fuck with another person. I think it's bullying. I think that it's whatever bad word is out there is what they're going to attach to people, and they don't know. That kid, whoever did it, doesn't know anything about ISIS, but he thinks, oh, ISIS is bad. Look at her head. She looks like a person who would be ISIS, and so they link it. And so I think that it was bullying. I think you're probably right. I think that a superintendent would look at that and then say, you kids with your Snap apps and stuff, and not understand it. But I also think it might be difficult to directly link it back to an actual human flesh bag. Like, you have to take the app and then connect it to a human soul, and that might be hard. Right? I don't think this is the only case of it. I think it might be very difficult to say with certainty that this is that person that did it. I just don't. Yeah, 4 months though I think is way too long for this to drag on. Maybe they had other stuff going on. Only if other things take 4 months. But even then, I feel like you can get around to something like this. If you can't, the thing is, if you can't find evidence of whose it is, how long does that take? Minutes.
Yeah, and then you're done, right? Like, oh shoot, it disappeared. Sad day. Let's move on. Day 2, we're done, right? But okay, but let's get to the heart of the matter. Look, part of me says, hey, don't call her ISIS. Don't be a dirtbag, right? Mm-hmm. Like she probably gets enough, harassment by wearing that outfit. Look, I'm deeply secular. And for example, I come from Turkey, and now women are wearing headscarves more in Turkey. I got to be super honest with you. This is my bias. It bothers me. It represents something that isn't secular, and so I don't like that it's spreading in Turkey, right? So now here in the U.S., though, we have a totally different context, right? They're the persecuted minority here, whereas it's spreading and they're winning elections in Turkey. They're like the right wing of Turkey. They're like the Republicans of Turkey, right? Yeah. But in the U.S., they're a tiny, tiny minority, and it's super easy to pick on them. Don't call them ISIS. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't be a dick, right? Now, at the same time, he's a high school kid. It's not like he found her and he kept following her around ISIS and put a note in her locker and stuff. He did one stupid Snapchat because I bet you that was among 1,000 stupid Snapchats from that high school in that week, if not that day, right? Yeah. So, if I'm her parents, I think, I'm not sure, easy for me to say, I just told you that I'm a little biased against the headscarf, right? So I'm not a good person to judge here, but I think that I'd be like, hey, hun, let's move on, right? And like, yeah, he's an idiot, whatever, but he also put that emoji that makes me think that he might actually kind of be into you. Yeah. And this is a stupid way of been through.
Right. And we're trying to interpret like a dumb I'm sorry. I went to college, so I'm smarter than this high school kid. Even by a little bit, just by a little bit. But this, I can unequivocally say, this is a stupid high school kid who is still trying to find his comedic voice. And all I have to say, if you haven't found it yet, find a better way to do this. Yeah. Perhaps a poop emoji. Yeah, it's still on the level. Very simple. It's Dane level, I would say. Yeah. But also I would say, when I say that I think that it is bullying, I don't mean bullying means one thing. There's a huge range of bullying. Right. This isn't the sort of bullying that drives a person to suicide, but they were trying to fuck with them, I believe. And we don't have evidence of other sorts of things like this, certainly, and so we can't say for sure that it exists. But it is entirely possible that she is regularly targeted with this sort of harassment, either on Snapchat or WhatsApp or God knows what other apps. And so spreading this and focusing on this one, because there's visual evidence of it, may be her way of getting across to people that this is something that she experiences in many different small ways.
So one last point, look, going back to the emoji and how the kid might actually like her. So that's partly why I'm saying, like, I know what the kid did is super wrong and you don't want to feel ostracized. But I used to tease Leanne Lawson all the time. The reason I teased her is because I was totally into her. Yeah. So that's also entirely possible. So don't feel like the world's united against you. Look, again, and it's easy for me to say I was a guy, I was relatively strong, and so I liked fighting. And yeah, I mean, did they say stuff about me being from Turkey? Of course. Gobble, gobble, you're going to eat your family. Right? I know. I got past it a little bit easier than she is, but so, okay, don't take it too hard. At the same time, I love your fighting spirit.
Awesome. Speaking of fighting spirit, there is a young girl in Oregon. Her name is Juliana Snow. She's 5 years old, and she has to her family was recently faced with the decision of whether to send her to the hospital or just let her die at home the next time she gets sick. She has a neurodegenerative disease called Charcot-Marie Tooth disease. It started with affecting her legs and arms, but it's moved to the muscles that control breathing, and so if she gets a cold, she could die. There's so many, she had to have a discussion with her mom about whether she was going to give up and die, and if that was in fact giving up, or the more courageous thing to do. Just an excerpt from the conversation that her mother and Juliana had. Juliana, if you get sick again, do you want to go to the hospital again or stay home? Not the hospital. Even if that means you'll go to heaven if you stay at home? Yes, she said. I hate NT, the nasotracheal suction, where a tube gets placed down her nose into her lungs without sedation. I hate the hospital. Mom says, and it probably means that you'll go to heaven by yourself, and Mommy will join you later. Juliana said, will Alex, her 6-year-old brother, go to heaven with me? Well, probably not. Sometimes people go to heaven together at the same time, but most of the time they go alone. Does that scare you? Juliana says, no, heaven is good, but I don't like dying. Mom says, I know, I love you. Juliana says, madly. Mom says, yes, I love you madly. I'm so lucky. Juliana says, and I'm so lucky. Why? Because you love me madly. Heartbreaking. Now, this set off a big discussion over whether you can allow a young child who's 5 years old to make this kind of decision if she can really wrap her mind around it. Art Kaplan, a bioethicist, says, I think a 4-year-old might be capable of deciding what music to hear or what picture book they might want to read, but I think there's zero chance a 4-year-old can understand the concept of death. That doesn't develop until age 9 or 10, he continues to say. To say her experience, this is from the other side, is irrelevant doesn't make any sense. She knows more than anyone what it's like to be not a theoretical girl with a progressive neuromuscular disorder, but to be Juliana.
Perfectly legitimate points on both sides, and I'm torn about this story. On the one hand, don't tell your kid that there's a wonderful heaven where she's going to see grandma, and which is what they said, right? And she's going to be great. She can walk again, and she can run again in heaven, right? And then ask her, hey, so you want to go to heaven or not? Yeah. No, that's. I have a 5-year-old. He was 4. He's not equipped to make that decision, right? So, but hold your judgment for a second, right? So, even if you believe in heaven, and none of this makes any sense. She says, no. I explained it to her, and she said again that she would rather stay at home and peacefully pass away and go to heaven rather than go to the hospital and deal with all that pain, because she understands that dying is not thinking anymore, not being anymore. No, right. but except you told her that she can think and she will exist, and it'll be in a really, really lovely place, right? Now she'll miss her parents and her brother, but at least grandma will be there and you'll show up eventually. So no, none of that's not good enough. Okay, having said that, I don't disagree with their decision, right? And so I disagree with asking the 4-year-old what their opinion is on whether they should die in the hospital or at home. But I'm not here to judge whether they go to the hospital or not, because you got to understand, the doctor, the nurse who's treated her over and over says it is enormously likely that she's going to die the next time she gets a cold. Even if she doesn't die, she's going to be on a respirator and not really functioning until the rest of her short life is lived out. Yeah. So this is not, and one of the ethicists who agrees with their decision says, look, this is not a close call in that, I mean, the decision is a close call, but medically, she's not going to survive. If she had, for example, treatable leukemia, we're not having this conversation. Right. She's getting the treatment. Nobody's asking her, right? This is a situation where she's not going to make it, so it's not like giving up. It's just a matter of where she passes away, and if they want her to pass away at home a little bit more comfortably, even though she might live a little less time, that's a perfectly fair decision, and I think I agree with that.
Yeah. I think that, so they're getting a lot of criticism, I guess. I never know what a lot of criticism online means. Because it can mean a little bit or it can mean a lot. And I think that they're getting it partially because we have a history in the United States of Christian scientists and people like that who don't give their kids medicine when they could be fine. They could live. They just choose not to treat them. And so when you read headlines that are sensationalistic, like they let them choose heaven or hospital, without any context, that sounds like what they're doing. Now, they're not actually doing that. And I would argue, I think that conversation was a dramatization of what actually happened. I don't think that the kid chose. I think that they chose, and then they talked to the kid.
I slightly disagree with there. I think that they didn't want to make the choice because as a parent, it's too hard to make that choice. So they did this to feel a little bit better. Maybe. We're fulfilling the last wish of our child. That makes you feel better. And I don't blame them for it. Because you're not in this situation. Yeah. I mean, I cried about 3 different times in this article.
It tears you apart.
Yeah, and so you don't know how it is to have a 4-year-old who's going to die. You don't know that, so don't judge him. Don't judge him.
Yeah, I'm not judging them, but really fast. Why I'm not judging them is because I mean, okay, fine. They had her made the decision, but again, only because the decision was going to be made tragically, horrifically, very soon, regardless of what they chose. She was going to die. If there was any real choice in terms of one thing could last 10 years and the other, then the kid wouldn't have the choice. And that's why I'm not going to judge them, because in the end, this is going to affect her for a little while and them for the rest of their lives emotionally. And that's what they're sort of preparing for. It's so messed up. Because, my dad had pancreatic cancer. It took a very long, it took years. And so when I remember being in toward those final days, and I now go back and try to figure out, where my head was at. And I can't. I don't know how to really articulate what it was like in those moments. I know that I would have, these bargaining moments where it's like, this week's cool. We'll get to this week because it's a significant date in the family. But if he goes this week, it's fine. I was making all these weird bargains with who, with what, I don't know. But it's hard to hold parents. From my experience, it seems like it would be hard to hold these parents to this high a standard of being in they're taking this approach clinically. It's so hard after this kid's 5 years old and they've known for a long time she has this debilitating disease. Maybe they'll kick themselves after. But it sounds from this article like they're going through every possible step to make sure that they'll kick themselves the least after it's done. And trying to help other people in the situation. Yeah, and that's what she did. She started many 5-year-olds who are dying of terminal diseases right now in the U.S. And she said, the mother said she couldn't find any places online where she could research this discourse. So she started away. So I think that's good. I mean, this is a tough decision.
She's trying to share in that sense. Let me give you one last piece of context. Look, they can't sedate her because she's too weak. The disease weakens all of her muscles. That's why she can't walk anymore. Eventually her lungs get so weak that she needs help breathing, and once she gets a cold, she's not going to be able to get the infection out of her lungs, right? Because the lungs are so weak. So when last time that she got an infection, they had to go to the hospital and clean out her lungs. They were hoping to do it only every 2 hours, which is already excruciating, but wound up doing it more frequently. How do they do it? They stick a tube through your nose and your throat, which gives you a gag reflex for a little kid. Yeah. But she's too weak to scream, so you just see her crying and crying, right? And they can't give her painkillers because she wouldn't survive that. Yeah. So they have to do it without painkillers. Oh, I mean, it's heartbreaking, right? So the kid says, please don't put me through that. And again, if it was going to save her life, it's not a conversation. You put her through that anyway because you'll at least, you get to live and there'll be better days, etc. Yeah. But if that's how she's going to spend her last days, instead, she wants to spend, maybe, to be fair, too, less days, but at home and at peace with her parents. You can disagree with them. That's perfectly fair. And I disagree with them that they should ask the kid, right? But don't judge them. That's a different thing, right? Yeah. Because you haven't been through it, and that's the toughest decision in the world. And every day they got to think about the moment they're going to lose her. So everybody, if you're online and you're one of the critics, lay off. You haven't been there.
All right, so moving on to a different story. This one is all about medicine, I guess. What does sugar do to your body? Apparently, nothing good. This is a study that recently came out about what added sugar does to you. Just to put a definition of what added sugar means, you have 8 teaspoons of it, up to 32 teaspoons of it every single day. And it's sugars that are contributed during the processing or preparation of foods and beverages. This is not like the natural sugar that happens in an apple. This is stuff that we add to it while we're cooking and while, machines are creating Cheetos to make them just so delicious. All right, so they say that here's the effects of added sugar on your system. It creates belly fat. It will cause you to skip the gym. They said that it makes you lazy, even if you are having added sugar, but having this happened to rats. But they gave rats added sugar, but gave them the same amount of calories as other rats that weren't having added sugar, and they just didn't move around. They added belly fat because they were just lazy, because even though they had the same amount of, energy-giving calories, they didn't move their asses. It is the number one factor in diabetes, to go back to that same graphic, and it reduces brain plasticity. Another experiment with rats said that they gave rats with a high fructose corn syrup diet the same maze as other ones, and they couldn't learn how to get out of the maze as quickly.
They couldn't read.
They couldn't even
At
read.
all.
They couldn't even fill out the damn quiz, the IQ quiz. They didn't understand the charts or the graphs.
Stupid, right?
Other effects that keeps going on: doubles the risk of heart disease, or the death risk of heart disease. Those two should be together. It raises blood pressure, causes skin to sag, and you might wonder why the heck. Where can I find this added sugar to avoid it? Here are the sources, the main sources. Drum roll. Sugar-sweetened beverages at number 1. Grain-based desserts like cookies or cake. Fruit drinks. Dairy desserts like ice cream. And candy. There you go.
Yeah, that's actually my food pyramid right there.
So, look, I like to avoid things. I'm a human being. I like to avoid things that I find uncomfortable and inconvenient truths, right?
Yeah.
So just the other day we did a story about how processed meat and bacon might give you cancer. I tried as hard as I could to avoid thinking about that as I was eating my double cheeseburger at Wendy's. So now I love Coke. I love all the fatty crackers and cookies and stuff. Candy I don't care much about. That's a JR things, right?
Loves some candy.
Yeah. But God damn, they had too good a science in this. And like, I was like, no, Jenk, power through. Okay. Remember, the truth matters. Okay, even if it hurts. The things that swung me on that whole list, that dying, I got it. I'm going to die one day. I want to enjoy my life. Some really healthy dude came in the other day telling me about how he lost 160 pounds and how he eats like mashed up cauliflower every day. And I'm like, right? I'm like, no. How many years of my life do you need to take for me not to eat that the rest of my life? 5 years, 7 years? Right? We're having this conversation, right? Now, the two things that got me were the science behind them becoming lazier and stupider, right? So one is as Brett pointed out, but I'll give you the numbers. The mice, after eating the high fructose corn syrup, moved around 20% less in their cage than the other ones.
Yeah.
They just became literally lazy. Like, sleep there, Lon. I got to go all the way over there. It's not because they were eating more. They were just eating this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same amount of calories.
And then they put them in the maze.
Yeah.
It took them 30% longer to get out of the maze. They're like, I don't know. Where am I going? Oh, what? Oh, damn, I ran into a wall again.
They didn't feel any urge to leave because they'd already been eating sugar and they're just happy wherever they are.
That's it.
No, but by the way, just to be clear, John's kidding. Those are two separate things. Yes, they move slower, right? Mm-hmm. But that's not why it took longer. They were dumber because it ruined the connection between their brain cells.
Yeah.
And then that scared the hell out of me.
Another thing that it does is it retrains your taste buds. So you're overstimulating your taste buds with this added sugar, which they do on purpose. So it's called like the euphoria point or the ecstasy point that they engineer snacks to. So you reach a point when you put a delicious, like, I don't know what it is, like one of those Pepperidge Farm goldfish crackers in your mouth. And it's like the best thing I've ever felt. They do that on purpose.
What you went to was a goldfish
That's
cracker?
my favorite thing to eat in the world.
Oh, really?
That covered in peanut butter, I just do that forever with a spoon. I put myself in a rat maze covered in rats if I could just eat that. But it retrains your taste buds. So now you're going out and looking for more stimulation. It's a terrible cycle. That's
like other drugs.
And when people say it works the same way as like heroin, it doesn't feel as good as heroin, but you're getting into this same addictive dynamic. Go for it.
So because Brett did a great mock ad of Coke that you can check out. We'll put it in the link in the description box. Okay, and then he showed how you go through that cycle. And as I saw that, and I was like, thanks for ruining our Coke sponsorship. Really appreciate it. Right? But then, as I was reading this article, I was like, God damn it, Brett was right? Yeah. Like, I'm addicted to it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, the more I do the cookies and the Coke, and then I'm like, I am too. I gotta have it again tomorrow, right? Yeah. The more I eat it, the more I want it. The slower I get.
Yeah, crazy. My diet right now is a lot of the stuff that you saw on that, the cake and all that stuff. If I didn't...
Yeah, your name's Johnny Pie.
I know. If I wasn't actively trying every day to not eat that stuff, that is literally the only stuff that I would eat. Like, that is what my body tells me every day at every meal to eat. And really fast, because there's one or two things I want to say. You're going to look at me and you're going to say, well, clearly you don't know anything about this because you look like hell, and that's true. But there's almost nothing in the past couple of years that I've read more about than the effect of sugar, and carbs generally, but sugar specifically on the body.
And Robert Lustig, who's one of the chief scientists who's talking about sugar constantly and how it's toxic and how it should be possibly outlawed or taxed in a significant way, has a couple of excellent books about it. And what's wrong with America is the bacon thing comes out. Every outlet is talking about how bacon gives you cancer, even though it increases your bowel cancer risk by 18%, raising it from 5 to 6. If you eat bacon every day of your life, it adds a percentage point to your chance of getting bowel cancer. Sugar will eventually kill a significant portion of the people who eat it regularly through all these different ways. Diabetes, heart disease, gives you Alzheimer's, leads to stroke. All of these different things that makes you stupid. And the things that we think we know about metabolism and energy and willpower are wrong. We use these things metaphorically, like I don't have enough energy to go to the gym. It's not just in your brain, or it is in your brain, but not just in terms of thoughts. It's a biochemical thing. These rats literally have less energy. Your body goes into a state of trying to gain weight. If you become hungrier because your body is telling you you need to be putting on the weight, that's what sugar does to you. It tells you stop moving. You're moving too much. You're wasting energy, so you don't exercise. And it's in everything. Everything you eat. Bread.
I love
ketchup.
bread. I love ketchup.
Tomato sauce.
Tomato sauce is even better ketchup. It's a better version of ketchup.
Okay, so I want people to understand, it's not just sugar, it's fructose in particular, and they're
all the different forms of sugar.
Right.
Agave, cane sugar, date syrup, but the
all sugar.
Honey, but it's specifically the added fructose is the
fructose
highest.
is worse than glucose.
Yes, because the way that your body deals with fructose is different than other forms of sugar, which Bob Lustig goes into in great detail.
Bob Lustig sounds un-American, so let's stop talking about that. Okay. With banning sugar and all that nonsense. Okay, not interested in communists today, but but outside of that, so high fructose corn syrup is in so many things that you don't think of as sugary, like bread and all other examples that we gave. And it's pounding it into all the food because it's cheaper, right? And there's corn subsidies. So it's actually a function of the government saying, I'm going to unnaturally make corn cheaper, which then gives you an incentive to put it on all the food because it's a good substitute for sugar, which then makes us all fatter. So, like, I really think that they did amazing work in figuring out that lead did lead to higher violence in America. Once we got lead out of the cars, the paint, etc., the pollution that we were putting there, the crime rate started going down. I know it's a controversial thing, but if you look at the data and the science behind it, it's excellent, right? It's not definitive, but it's really convincing. So why is America obese? Why did America get so obese? Well, when we started putting high fructose corn syrup in every goddamn thing we eat. So some conspiracies about vaccines, whatever else, is not backed up by science, right? And so you have to use your mind. You can't be like, conspiracy. Yeah, what does that mean, right?
Your mind is affected by sugar. That's not fair.
So in this case, when people talk about high fructose corn syrup, they're right. They're right. The science backs it up. So that's what's making us more obese and creating not every problem in America, but a lot of problems in America. So we should reconsider this.
The last thing I want to say about this is the reason that I get so angry about all of this is not just because this stuff is out there and people eat it. It's that the manufacturers, the 3 companies that make 95% of all the food in this country, know what they're doing. Yes, they're doing it to save money, but they're also doing it because they know that it's addictive, and they know that if they put this in any food, you will eat more of it. And when scientists come out with this research, and then the government tries to make it publicly available, makes its recommendations based on it, they lobby heavily against it. They put it in there because it's addictive. It's the same reason why there's caffeine in so much shit. There's no reason for Coke to have caffeine. They only put it in there because it's addictive. It's not coffee. It's not supposed to perk you up. They put that in there because they know you'll want it. It's the same with the sugar, and they're doing it, and someday I think we're going to look back on it much like with cigarettes. There was no reason this continued on as long as it did.
While you were saying that, you turned in my mind, you turned into a giant soda, like in a cartoon. Been weird. And there's a positive, I guess, end on a positive maybe. Children who cut sugars from their diets for just 9 days showed dramatic improvements in cholesterol and blood sugar levels. And if you do acknowledge that, like, the sad part is eating it makes you want it more, but there's also proof that because of the addictive process, not eating it, trying not to eat it makes you want it more, but no one's force feeding it to you, so you are the one who has to eat it or not eat it.
Unless you're a kid and all the food in your house has sugar. That's true. But there's nothing you can do.
But finally, remember, as Oprah famously said, we've done your drug. And, like, we're all addicted to it, too.
Yeah.
So this is all a process of where nobody's going to lust at you and say, okay, I'm banning it. We're just saying, hey, you might want to put a couple thoughts behind it. I'm putting a couple thoughts behind it, and maybe I try to figure out a way to cut down on some of it.
Yeah, and I'm not holier than thou. One of the books that covers this, I've read probably 5 or 6 times because while I'm reading it is the only time I can force myself to control my diet.
Great.
I eat sugar all day today. I've eaten sugar even though this is in the back of my mind.
Okay, all right. So close, so close. Let's just power through.
Power through. Oh my God, I don't even remember what we're doing next.
Okay.
Is your job killing
leggings,
you, or let's do leggings? Let's go.
do leggings.
All male Fox panel. We'll go into leggings next. All right, so there's an all male Fox panel, and when that happens, it's just always good. It's always good. They were talking with Duck Dynasty's very own Willie Robertson to discuss whether or not women should be allowed to, quote, parade around in leggings. Here is our first video showing what happened.
We have brought in an esteemed panel of fathers right here to see if they would allow their daughters to wear leggings to school.
But my girls, they wear like the longer shirts to cover up the lady parts, you know.
We basically have a rule in the Idala household overall between my niece Juliana and Madison and Carly. If it's not worn in the monastery, it's not worn out on the street by the Idala girl. It's very simple. It's an easy. It's very easy.
Our girls are so young that they have, diapers on, and it's fine. It looks kind of cute.
But look into the future. What's going to happen?
Yeah, that is one taste. Here's another taste of what they had to say.
Caitlin, come on over.
Hi, Caitlin.
Caitlin,
Hi.
just stop right there. The guys are looking at Caitlin right now.
I'm not looking.
All right, you're wearing leggings and a hooded sweatshirt. All right.
In other words, it's not so tight that you can see a tattoo on her leg.
Right. They're not that top.
Not that tight that you can see a tattoo on her leg.
You don't have tattoos, or is that too personal?
No.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Great. Thank you very much for coming right out over here.
Folks.
We will validate your parking.
Okay,
So good. There's a couple more. Do we want more? There's 2.
Yeah, I do, but first I have to say that was my favorite. Like, leggings are unacceptable, so let's show you chicks in leggings.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like all the spring break videos. Oh my God, look at what they're wearing. In fact, let's look at what they're wearing.
Yeah. So good. Here's another example of someone wearing leggings.
See, of the 3, I think.
See, this is what I was talking about. See,
it's something a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, I can actually go to church like that. I mean,
that's monastery wear to you?
well, it's black. No, okay, it's black. It's more or less covered. There's not much going on. I mean, I think she looks very appropriate.
Well, of the 3 models we have, I think this particular ensemble exemplifies what the woman we just ran in the viral video. She said, "It's got to cover your tail."
Tail cover.
Right on the line there. Right on the line.
All right.
There are no women on the panel.
Right.
They literally had her show her ass. Okay, in a segment about how decorum in what you should wear.
For the common good. In this one, it might just be the common best.
And our final contestant is Paige.
All right.
All right, so Paige is wearing purple leggings with a black tank top. It looks like Paige just came from Pilates.
Yeah.
No, I did not wake up that early.
Okay.
See, we all took our nitroglycerin pills before she came out on the set, just to make sure.
Andrew, what do you think about what Paige is wearing?
She looks great. Going to the gym.
What if she's at the mall?
At the mall.
Come on, step up. Step up. This is your daughter out there, son.
Do I have a lifeline?
Yes, call Arthur. Arthur, what do you?
Yeah, 1-800 Austin. Obviously, her physique. God bless you. You've worked out. You've earned that, and there are appropriate places to wear that. But I wouldn't wear that to church on Sunday. I wouldn't wear.
I don't want to see you ever wearing anything like that, Rich.
Just a little more coverage, just like.
But you're completely comfortable with this, right?
I am.
Okay, that was great. As they ogle her, and they're like, "Oh,
Okay.
right? Yeah." And then that Duck Dynasty's guy is going to talk about what people should wear.
Yeah, right.
That's the conversation we're having with the Duck Dynasty dude.
Where's her beard?
Okay. I love how sexist they are, man. I think it's hilarious. I think it's like one of the funniest things. Fox News is known for having female anchors who all wear skirts. We've covered this before. The mole that was inside Fox News then later wrote a book about it. He sat in meetings where they asked sexual harassment trainers at Fox News, women anchors, can I ask my boss if it's okay to wear pants. And the sexual harassment trainer said, no, it is not okay. If your boss tells you to wear a skirt, you must wear a skirt on air, and he can tell you how short that skirt is. Okay, and that's why whenever you watch Fox News, they all wear skirts, they're all short, and all of their legs are on air. They don't have leggings, they have nothing, right? Yeah. It's a skirt that shows the actual leg.
Yeah, and this is all, the setup is to encourage an air of wholesomeness and restraint when it comes to showing off your legs, and then instantly, it seems like the thing they love the most in the world is looking at the girl with the pink and the whatever. I forget what she's wearing. I was looking at her butt. Did she have a face? I don't remember.
And look, I think the viewers know what's really going on, and their viewership, like, are they sexist? Of course. But one reason, perhaps, is because they have a 75-year-old male audience. That's who watches their show. And the whole point of the segment, obviously, was it's going to be awesome that we get to look at people's legs and asses. And look, the women who apparently work on their shows, they desperately wanted to do it. You know, they like to be involved. They want to be on TV and everything. They might have preferred to not be ogled by Ducey, perhaps, specifically. But that's the purpose of it. That's why they show the spring break videos over and over and over. Now, you could have a conversation, as I'm sure many parents do when they have kids. I'm not a parent, but I'm sure you talk about what sort of clothing would be okay and what wouldn't be okay. And when you get to that point, that's a conversation that both the father and the mother, or father and father, or mother and mother, are involved in. So that would have been okay. But clearly, they were not interested in what they said the setup was. They were only interested in ogling women.
And another thing, we have an all-male panel, but it's only because we are the most qualified to talk about all-male panels. That's what we're qualified to do.
Well, no, the problem is they have 3 men judging women. We have 3 men judging 4 men.
Yeah, exactly. And when you said 75-year-old like male audience, I'm like, so that nitroglycerin pill joke must have killed.
Yes.
Because we were like, I don't know.
What is that? What is
John was the only one who knew.
I got it because I watched House.
You watch House?
That's literally
I don't even think you were the most white.
Is that a white thing to take nitroglycerin? It's proof you've had a heart attack.
It sounds like you're a superhero at this point. Like, they eat nitroglycerin.
So, but like the irony was awesome. She came out and they're like, "Oh, you shouldn't wear this. Oh, you're so fucking hot. Oh man, yeah. Look at her, man. Oh, I just blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? Because all the blood went down to my cock. I mean, that's don't wear it. Don't wear it. But show me your ass again.
Yeah. Oh, so
that is Fox News in a nutshell right there. Don't do that. But show me your ass again.
It was compelling television.
Yeah. You want to get on to Braille porn before we have to go?
Please.
All right. So Braille porn. Let me pull up this right now. We switched around some of the. I gotta find this woman's name. Actually, can we take a moment? In Sweden. So there's a Swedish artist who said, you know what? I was on a trip to Chile at one point, and I helped a man walk across the street, and he was blind. And then basically for some reason, the guy mentioned how people in Nordic countries are more liberal with sex. And she was like, oh, I've got a great idea. I'm going to make this. We have a photo. This is Braille porn by Nina Linda. And she said it's about time. We have more of it.
We censored the nipple.
We censored good for us.
Censored the nipple.
We will not free the nipple, even in this. As Cleopatra, I feel like this is a very ancient Egyptian hieroglyph almost of bondage.
I don't get it. I can see it.
Yeah.
So it's hot for you and blind people.
So I want to know if they've raised the outside of the drawings so they can feel there's some
that
kind of
makes sense.
relief. The blind people needed some kind of literal relief because that's
how's that for an intellectual joke?
Yeah, right. Okay, so she said, the artist Nina Linda said, the book is about sexual stimulation, and I don't think porn is the right word. And sexual stimulation is for everyone. Everyone needs some sexual stimulation. She submitted this to a library. Like a national library, so it could be in the records, the annals, if you will, of porn.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm still a little confused by how it works because it just seems like words, but I don't know Braille, obviously. So maybe like they do that and they're like, ooh, tits.
I think that the physical orientation lets you see. Okay, so that's there, and then that's there, and then that's. oh my god, she's bound up there. Oh my god, that's a whip. I think it's supposed to paint a picture.
Okay.
In your mind.
Yeah, it might just be written like dirty, naughty, like oh, and then she was tied up, like the 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
Right.
For people who can't see gray.
Right. So that leads me to one of my points, which is that at first when I saw it, I was like, so this is the porn we went to right away? Was Cleopatra tied up and getting whipped and stuff? And I mean, there was like a racial component. There was like a lot of interesting. There's a lot of racial components to a lot of porn.
I can totally see her Nefertiti's.
Brett has been here all week. Okay. So, but then I realized, hey, wait a minute. She said she went to a Braille library, couldn't find anything sexual. Like, yeah, of course blind people have sexual needs. Why doesn't anybody do anything, at least write things that are sexual for them, right?
First of all, I think there are. I think she probably picked up a book. It's all in Braille, so she doesn't know. But of course they translate erotica into Braille, I'm sure. But I would also say that I get that she's trying to do a good thing. She's trying to give him something that either doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't read it. I go to other forms of porn, or that she just thinks doesn't exist. But the thing is that it's still, the approach is very seeing centric. The idea that they can't see porn, so they're missing out. But that's not all that porn is. Someone who is blind can listen to a pornographic video. Hearing is a very big part of the sexual experience. Being able to hear people express what they're feeling is very big. You could do smell-based porn or statues or something like that. Is that porn?
No.
Well, in the end, they're not seeing it anyway.
You were doing well until you gave specific examples. So first of all,
you want to smell the urine, the gaps.
Now I know what kind of porn you're going for. Good job.
That's the beginning.
No, you made me feel worse for blind people because smell-based porn is possibly horrific. And
you don't know until you tried it.
There are good smells.
You have to put yourself in some kind of sensory deprivation chamber. The only way you can see.
Okay, what about hearing?
No, and hearing porn is also disastrous. Because there's two kinds of things you hear in a porn. Boop, 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 boop. That kind of horrible, like,
R2-D2 getting railed. Stop moving.
It's just that scene where he uploads into the port.
Cut down all the garbage smashers.
Slow down. Princess Leia says, "Oh." Okay. No, you know the old school porn music. Okay, that's the one thing you hear. The second thing you hear is like nonstop. That feels so good.
Yeah, but then the girl starts talking. That's hot.
I have muted it. I mean, this is the kind of thing where, like, sometimes I'll go on for adult entertainment on the internet. I don't know if you guys tried this. But it stops being like you stop looking for like horny stuff. Now it's just like, this is weird. I don't want to just watch this. I want to make some soup, eat some soup, and just watch it. I'm not like being a perv anymore. Now I'm being a scientist. I'm investigating how weird people get online.
I reminded me there's taste as well. You gotta get that in there for the porn.
Right.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Right. I might also give you my lunch.
I too have been a scientist, right? So I've done your drug, and then finally, I didn't realize. No, wait. Why wouldn't blind people be into every kind of porn as non-blind people are? So she has this example of the dominatrix and the whipping Cleopatra. So, well, non-blind dudes some of them are totally into that, right? So of course, some of the blind dudes are going to be into it. Of course, you should do that, right? But then you're like, okay, how are you going to Braille donkey sex? And can you eat your soup to it?
I think we covered that base.
Multiple bases.
Okay, we're done. But only with this hour. What's the good news is we've got a giant debate coming. Okay, so we're going to cover that. We're going to analyze it. After the debate, we got biggest winners, losers, best line of the debate, best fail of the debate. So pre-debate coverage, debate watching together, and then post-debate coverage. Don't miss it. Stay right here. TYTnetwork.com. Go/stay. Turks. Jake Huger, Johnny Fire, Fred Ehrlich, what's going on here?
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Man, this is about voices.
Yes. I cannot control the volume of my voice.
I don't think we've ever done this for.
They just typed that wrong. Could
They have it for Android. I don't know if they do it in my phone.
And why is it a picture, but yet they claim to be chatting?
Yeah, I don't know. I know.
garbage on TYT. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but you have to introduce it that way. It's mandatory. On the battle tonight, Mark Thompson, Jimmy Dore, John Irola. All right, John took a break from getting his PhD to join us tonight.
I'm actually thinking about going back recently.
Go ahead, ruin my.
You get respect there.
Okay. So, obviously, we've got the debate coming up in a little bit. We are going to give you our cogent analysis throughout, as always. Of course, at the end of the debate, this is very important. Come right here immediately. We're going to do the biggest winner of the debate, biggest loser of the debate. Yes, I know it's a Republican debate. They're all losers. No. But who performed the worst, in our opinion? Last time we nailed it, we thought Bernie Sanders had won. And then he lost about 20 points in the polls. Okay, anyway, best line of the debate, worst line of the debate, biggest fail / controversy of the debate. All that's going to be thoroughly analyzed after the debate right here. Now, before the debate, we already had the kids' debate where Bobby Jindal and Rick Santorum are apparently still running. I don't know, since it's a kids' debate, kids' table debate, I didn't bother watching it. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I had pizza to eat and a show to do. And I don't even know if Gilmore is even allowed at the kids' table debate.
No, I don't know if he was there.
Yeah, okay. That's super sad. That's one of the saddest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was like Graham, Pataki,
right.
Santorum?
Yeah, Pataki, Santorum, Jindal, and Lindsey Graham. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and two people have dropped out, Rick Perry and Scott Walker.
And even the guys who did participate have to view the whole thing as just sort of debate practice, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't really view it as a...
Right?
Yeah. Well, and it's ridiculous that the people who've dropped out, they were in the main debate and dropped out. The kids, they keep hanging on, even though only one of them has been elevated so far, Carly Fiorina.
Well, the thing about this is it's on CNBC, so there's going to be more people on stage than actually watch this channel.
Oh, CNBC, by the way, in some ways more conservative than Fox News.
I can't wait to see Jim Cramer, because is he going to be out, because he has the ability to predict economic downturns years after they happen.
Larry Kudlow.
And he's into clown porn. I don't know if you know that, Jim Cramer.
I did not know that. That is
a little known fact.
Okay, that is
he gives
so
a
little
strong
known.
buy clown porn.
He's in the right place.
Okay, now we're missing the brilliant introduction of Reince Priebus to this debate. So we're going to go to debate any second. Larry Kudlow is among the CNBC anchors covering this. He's not asking speeches. He's not asking questions. John Harwood is. But Larry Kudlow is thinking of running as a Republican for the Senate soon, and he's one of the most unbearable conservative pricks on TV. Did I say that out loud?
If he was running, he would be one of the crazier guys running.
Yeah, that's how crazy Kudlow is. Okay, now, John, real quick before the debate starts, where do we stand now? What are the polls? Who's winning? Who's losing? Go!
Okay, I insist on only using this one most recent poll because I like the results. 26%, the leader, Mr. Ben Carson. It feels good to say that as much as I don't like Ben Carson.
That was technically incorrect, by the way.
What's that?
Dr. Ben Carson.
Sorry.
That's Dr. Ben Carson.
The good doctor. In second, below Ben Carson, second place, Donald Trump at 22%, number 2, and feeling like number 2. Then you've got Marco Rubio at 8%, and third, Jeb Bush and Carly Fiorina at 7%. And then Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Huckabee, and Kasich all receiving 4%. So dropping down quite a bit there at the end.
Yeah, that is
all the rest are irrelevant.
So Carson and Trump with big leads. So Trump's at 20, Jeb Bush is at 8. No, Marco Rubio's at 8.
Marco Rubio is at 8, and Marco Rubio at 8. And then you drop down to 7 for Jeb Bush and Carly Fiorina. So a big drop from 2 to 3.
So there's a 12-point drop between Trump and Carson and the rest of the field, right? Before you get to third place.
Yeah.
So right now, I know it sounds insane, but we have a two-man race between Dr. Ben Carson and Donald Trump on the Republican side.
And the two, quote, outsiders are the ones who are
Now, I'm going to say what would you say the odds that Ben Carson becomes the nominee? I'm going to say 1,000,000 to 1.
Yeah. Now, look, we got to give him slightly better odds than that today. You take 1,000,000 to 1.
I'm sure in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't have. But I get your point. That when all is said and done, the dust settles, you think that this whole thing is going to be.
No one you know why he went up in the polls? Because he said some stuff about slavery and Hitler again, and the maniacs on there's that rabid 25% that are out of their minds, right? They're not interested in democracy. They're completely so. That's what this is. So the guy can barely walk and chew gum. It's unbelievable that he could be so good at brain surgery and so not good at any. He's the Michelle Bachman of brain surgery.
Yeah. It's funny in the most recent CBS poll that there was a lot of, as I recall, the overwhelming number of Carson supporters were college graduates, better educated than the diehard Trumpies. That was what as you broke down the numbers, Trump appeals to the blue collar.
Yes, but Ben's getting the evangelicals, Ben Carson, because my parents had his book. I knew about Ben Carson years ago, right? Because my parents listened to Catholic radio,
right?
You know why
they
it's
go
hard?
get his
Because
book,
last night you
talk
play
about
with
this guy and all this stuff. So which is amazing that Ben Carson, he is helped. He was raised by a single mom. He went to public schools. He was on welfare, food stamps. I mean, perfect that guy, and all this stuff. And now he's against all that stuff, right? He's against all that stuff.
Right, time for the velvet rope to go up.
And everything is
Right.
Cuban Americans got amnesty and are allowed to come into the country without documents, right? And Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz against amnesty. What the Republican ideology is, once you cross the bridge, burn the bridge behind you, right? Make sure no one else gets in. And they call that rugged individualism.
Yes.
No, not really. You got the breaks, and oftentimes from the government, and then you burn the bridge. So it's just being a dick more than really individualism, because that's not how you got here.
Yes, and it's very much like when George W. Bush was doing his book tour, and he said, nobody hands you anything in politics, except for maybe the 2000 election.
Yeah, and everything else you've been
everything else, except for that, you got on your own.
Well, let's say what Trump said just a couple of days ago. He said, I didn't have anything handed to me. I just started with a small loan of $1 million from my dad. Had to pay it back. Which is, by the way, also not true. His dad gave him $40 to $200 million.
Yes,
Okay.
And then he got lots of government loans. He was always been gaming the system, which is fine. That's what real estate guys do. But don't pretend like you're a self-made man.
And one of the best things is that he's getting, the poorer, they say more moderate, but they mean people who pay attention to politics less. The conservatives going for Ben Carson, the more moderate, poorer white voters going for Donald Trump. He was quoted on his show on The Apprentice. By the way, he does far better amongst people who watch The Apprentice, not surprising. He said, I'm not going to hire this guy. He's white trash. I don't want some white trash working for me. He can say anything, almost anything, and it will not hurt him in this election. Well, he hates the people who support him.
He punched a baby the other day, and Chris Matthews called it a spirited encounter.
When it comes to economics, Trump, just on this point, I thought said something that was radioactive almost when he talked about pulling out of Atlantic City right before it cratered. I mean, that timing being so good. Remember, that's his great economic acumen. And business acumen. But the truth is that that's the worst brag a presidential candidate should ever produce.
Screw them. It's like I didn't help Atlantic City.
Yeah.
I extracted wealth out of it just before it crashed.
I was the wisest rat who fled that sinking ship.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He also said that his time in a military academy gave him more training than many people in the military, and that he likes people who didn't get captured in war. And yet, they seem to love him. They think he's strong. His foreign policy. I've heard a lot of great stuff about it.
Yeah, no, he's boss man, and some people like to give their bananas to what they consider to be the alpha male of the group. So they go, "Oh, boss man, what do you want me to do, boss man?"
Yeah,
of course I'm white trash, boss man. Help us with the economy. You're so smart. You have all the money, boss man, right?
Yes.
And that's who those guys are. Ironically, they're like, don't tread on me. What would you like, boss? Right? So that I think those are his supporters. But then look, somebody's got to win this mess, right? On the Republican side, can a sane candidate win it? Maybe. So I mean, to your Ben Carson question, 1 in 1,000, right? Not 1 in a million. But maybe I would have said 1 in a million earlier. But I mean, he's leading right now. He's leading.
I think that guy has said so many crazy things. If any attention at all gets put on him, he's liable to call himself the N-word. I mean, that's the kind of stuff. He's nuts. He doesn't. I said it before on the show. He's so stupid he doesn't realize he's black, and most of his friends are racists.
How long until he says 9/11 could have been averted if only the people on the planes hadn't been so goddamn lazy?
They would have had guns.
If they had guns and maybe gotten off their ass, they could have stopped it. He is a gaffe waiting to happen. Joe Biden can recognize that this guy is gaffe prone. For some reason, it doesn't seem to hurt him so far.
So you know why? Because we consider it a gaffe if you say outrageous things like no Muslim should be allowed to be president.
Yeah.
To us, that's a flaw.
Yeah.
That for them, that's the attraction. That's what
right now it is because they're appealing to their base.
Yeah.
And their base is extreme, and it's getting more extreme.
Extremely
and it's extremely base. I mean, it defies logic. But the truth is, in a general election, they're going to have to moderate this rhetoric. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. And look, the racists, all of them should have come out of the woodwork with the last guy. I mean, when a black guy ran, that's when the racists got the bat beam to come out and show up the polls. If Barack Obama won, then the racist rap is not going to work in this country when you get to a general election.
But that's part of why they like Ben Carson so much, because you can't call him a racist.
Right.
Even as he validates everything they've ever said, like, oh, when I was a kid, I tried to stab someone, and I was a thug, and all. They're like, we knew they were all thugs, even the neurosurgeon, right? Oh, but what cured him? Jesus. They're like, oh, we love this guy, right? So that's why he's winning in Iowa, which is more religious. Now, they've lined up here that we're about to start any second. We will be tweeting throughout the coverage. We will also sometimes read some of your tweets, so hashtag TYT Live, and I'll be reading them here, and then I'll read them out loud every once in a while to the audience. Jeb Bush appears to be 2 feet taller than everyone else on the planet, but certainly at least Marco Rubio, as they lined up there. Yes.
We're going to comment as we go through the night, right? We're not going to leave the debate. Okay.
We're right here. We'll also be, as you'll see us tweeting as we go along, but we'll also be commenting on the debate, and certainly during the breaks, come right here or stay right here, and we'll give you analysis on how the debates have gone so far, and of course, as always, all the big categories at the end where we summarize for you guys. So, and by the way, everybody check out The Edge, which is Mark Thompson's show. Everybody check out Sentence to Live on Hulu.com. It's Jimmy's
special,
latest special. It's already won many awards, at least 8. What award did it win?
It won
Nobel Peace Prize.
Best special by someone named Jimmy.
That's right, and Nobel, right?
The Nobel Peace Prize,
but in chemistry, weirdly.
Yeah, I don't really get it.
Jimmy does have great chemistry.
That's true. That's a good point.
Turns himself on every night.
And then Think Tank, obviously, is John's show. Okay, good. They went to break, so we still have a little bit more time.
There are 2 things being sold here. There's beauty shots of Colorado. They're still trying to write. It's a big wet kiss to the state of Colorado. Also, CNBC has a lot to win here, right, Jen? Because there are people watching this network who never watch it, or virtually who watch it on their way to something else.
Yeah, that's why. Look, carrying these debates costs a good deal of money. It costs about $5 million. The network split it up because then they shared carrying them, right? And so for CNBC, this is very important. For NBC, it's very important. They're not going to have MSNBC carry a Republican debate because the Republicans don't trust MSNBC. CNBC happens to be actually more Republican because they're for the super rich and multinational corporations than even Fox News. They're in some ways more brazen about that agenda, right? And so this is perfect. And CNBC has like the 7 billionaires in the country that watch them, and that's about it. So this is when they're going to get regular Republicans to watch CNBC, which they think might be a natural audience for them. So that's important.
I don't think any serious investor watches Fox Business or CNBC. I don't know no one's watching those shows. No one. That's the answer. Because I have watched CNBC, and those people are freaking morons. Morons. I could do a whole show every day just on them. Mm-hmm. They couldn't be wronger about stuff, and every once in a while someone with a brain shows up on that channel, and it goes viral. Because, hey, look, someone wasn't being an idiot today on CNBC. Yeah. Let's watch.
It seems, look, I don't do any investing or anything, but I imagine, isn't it obvious that corporations own the channels that put on those businesses? They're just designed to get people to affect the market in the way that they want.
Yes.
It's a way of hurting people to do what the businesses want them to do. Yeah. That should be obvious.
No, they watch when their friends are on. That's the main thing.
Yes.
I'm serious about that. Anyway, all right, here we go. The moderators have begun. So let's listen in on what the ground rules are and how we're going to do this. And obviously, they're going to ask 50% of the questions to Trump. Let's keep it real.
Can't wait to see him cry.
Mine's really low.
I can
barely hear it.
Yeah, it's on the lower side.
Is yours low too? You should turn up the bass volume of it. It is low. Okay, it's good. Okay, it's good. He's got a lot of other cool things he could be doing right now.
I know. Jeb Bush does. I mean, he looks like a dork. I didn't realize until he started running how much of a dork he looks like.
I never do. You know what? They've been warned, by the way, the questioners, when they ask Ben Carson a question, to be careful because it's dangerous to wake up a sleepwalker. You know that. You know that.
Chris Christie's still in the race.
They don't have a food car on this debate.
Chris Christie's gonna get thrown off that stage so fast.
Such a CNBC perspective.
It's set up for Trump.
The people on the right are like, oh, thank God I did. Start with me.
Yeah.
Or 11?
He's nervous.
Not really a weakness.
Yeah, he's setting the table for. I'm not paying any attention to the question.
Yeah, I still like what he said.
He is the glibbest. You're looking for a glib
I think
president.
your weakness is you want 10-year-old kids to give birth to rape babies. That would be your biggest weakness. He said it. I remember. Too many Muslims?
Okay, so we're going to kind of ignore this question.
Yeah.
That's my weakness. I think America's too extraordinary.
Two, yes.
Wow, Lord.
Every once in a while, that ain't the worst thing.
Opening snap.
Deeply. That's his opening.
No, I don't think it's a weakness. You that's not a weakness?
Oh my God, unbearable! I can't. But you know what? That's why I want to hear from Trump because you know you're going to get
This is why Trump sparked something in people.
Yes.
Because of this crap.
You think he's going to
The
say
pablum that these guys have preloaded, and they still can't carry it off.
your haircut?
You're number 2?
That's a real answer. That's a real answer.
Yeah. Not true.
That I don't know any foreign
Experience
policy.
or knowledge.
I left a sponge in someone's brain.
Going with the Mr. Nice Guy.
Mm. That's because he's going to lose that fight if he gets into it.
Yeah. They all have flags. They all have flags.
That was funny.
What did you...
She should blink more.
I was gonna say.
Holy shit.
Chronic
You just come out of a sandstorm and you're trying to give a speech. It just draws my attention. I never noticed before. I can't see that.
Quiet, Jimmy. I think she's hot.
She is doing it a lot.
Oh,
I disagree.
That's funny. Good for him.
I hate you.
You bet. If you want someone whose face you want to punch, I am.
I am that guy.
Jessica Justice tweets in, my weakness is not answering questions.
Wait, what? %.
Rand is working on his Ishkabibble impression.
Now, imagine if this was Anderson Cooper with the Democrats. He'd be like, you didn't answer the question.
Yes.
You didn't answer the question.
Your biggest weakness, you're too passionate about the Constitution.
If his numbers were any lower, Rand Paul would trip over them. Thank you. Someone's listening.
What the fuck? Because I can't read comic books. Still so many words. There's a border already.
So are you just going to let him go, John?
He was pretty strong. That's good. That's not an answer.
Done. He's off. feels the heat. He had to, right? He had to get in.
That.
A whole lot of voters.
His tax plan is as flat as his personality. That's what I say.
That's very dust.
Are they being tied? Yeah,
okay.
they are. That's what
good.
I said. See if they do it to Jeb. So he'd no control. Pretty easy to sound smart on that stage.
Yeah. He
All of them. I like him so far.
wow. Yeah,
He's killing himself right now. I love it. He is killing himself.
I like the strategy a lot.
You got to do this, Jimmy.
It's a strategy. No, it's definitely he's got to do this. He's somewhere in the polls.
I mean, I'd say right
He
now
decided-
he's a winner. I mean, so
So far, we'll see.
He decided that he has to get a lot more aggressive, and obviously
Yeah.
he's being aggressive.
But smart and reasonable at the same time.
That's actually a good counterpoint.
A good point.
Trump with an impressive body blow.
I'll make a reference to being in second.
at that wink by Trump. Oops, there you go. Out of being a banker. Oh.
They'll probably like it though.
Yeah, that's a decent brag in this
Yeah.
group.
No, Republicans hate bankers too.
Trump looks mad. He's still continuing his last point. So, where does he think the GDP comes from? Of course, corporate tax.
You could totally see how he left a sponge in someone's head. Right? You could totally see. He did that.
I think he might have left it in his own
At his
head.
own head.
Yeah.
They swapped.
Was he not able to get TedCruz.com?
You don't want to go to TedCruz.com. The Germans bought it.
Did you say 10% flat tax?
Snooze fest. All talking points.
He said 10% flat tax and a 16% flat corporate tax.
So Malcolm has
Insanity.
a great tweet there. He says that John Cates understand that he's insulting the. That's a different tweet. He's insulting the GOP voters. They're the ones who are supporting this stuff. Yeah, that's what the point we're making.
Yeah.
So, like, gentlemen, let's move on. She's like, okay, great. So let me talk.
Carly Fiorina.
Somebody woke up Carly Fiorina.
I like to call her Attila the Hen.
You know what they're all doing? In the Republican side, you have to show how tough you are. So one of the ways you show that is you talk over the moderators. You dominate, right? So that's why this is already out of hand.
So
they have seized control of this. Right.
Yes.
Right.
When hillbillies get abducted and they draw a picture of the people who abducted them, they look like Carly Fiorina. They do. He looks like an extraterrestrial who would abduct you. Keep blinking. Whatever you do, keep blinking.
No, she's one of those people.
Keep blinking. She's a blinker. That's her power. If you could stop her from blinking, she would lose her power. 3-page plan. 999. 3-page plan.
Immigration plan on the side of a box of cereal.
3-page bill. Got my tax plan on a postcard. 999.
Wow, butter him up.
Well, there goes that.
Yeah. I hope he talks about
to skip votes.
Took a left turn.
I hope he talks about how his father was a bartender.
Dude, you are the Republican establishment. Who are you kidding?
This guy's missed so many votes, he's being recruited by the Milwaukee Brewers. I don't know why that's funny.
I don't know enough about that sport. Baseball. Hockey.
political babble speak.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, this really is just
Blah, blah, blah. Our allies and adversaries, ISIS, and strong military, and freedom and liberty, and its conservative principles.
And Reagan.
Reagan, our debt is bad. Debt is always bad.
Debt. Budget balance.
Turns out our fucking debt doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
They're not answering the questions at all.
At all. And maybe they should call Anderson Cooper to make them answer a question.
Edwin, I like that. Barbarian. He said, yeah. You have skipped the most votes.
This is your answer?
He is very small between those two. Looks like Frodo.
Oh!
First applause break.
And he just knew those numbers. He didn't prepare for this at all. He just knew them. Barack Obama years ago.
Ooh, damn, that was...
I'm going to award points. I'm awarding points on that to Jeb. Jeb exclamation
Going
point.
after his friend.
Just used up half his energy on that one.
Oh!
Oh, that's true.
Look at Rubio.
Oh,
Fucking
man.
dude.
Oh,
That is a right cross.
Oh, and he finishes with a Hillary jab.
Bam!
Yeah.
Boy, this
Stuck
fucking
the
guy
landing.
is on message. What did he say? I can't hear what he
They
said.
don't like each other.
Oh, who's he saying this to?
Jeb Bush.
Jeb Bush.
Oh. It's almost like Jeb Bush is a spoiled rich kid who never had to work for anything in his life. It's almost like that.
Chance to attack them.
Sam Cedar did tweet, when Marco Rubio owns you, you know you have a problem.
I know, that's a great tweet.
Oh, and
She does look like an extraterrestrial, and I know you're not supposed to say that.
This seems like a tough question, but she's used to this question.
Oh, yeah.
This is such a
yeah,
sitter.
believe me.
Defending the record at HP is not.
I dated a girl who looked just like Carly one time. I did. She felt like Aaron Burnett. Your board fired you. What does that have to do with this? Yeah, meaning I laid off people, I fired people, and outsourced. Yeah, so they're never gonna... You're never gonna nail her on this question. She always has shit to say about it.
No,
so people don't know the in and outs, and...
Right.
I think they get what being fired means.
Yeah. Did he really?
She said that the last time too. This is an easy question masquerading as a tough question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to see him saying that, it's inside of the edited Planned Parenthood tapes. I saw it myself.
Yeah, that's what Perkins said. So
that's the response.
Yeah.
Falcons prediction.
Yeah, but after answering all those questions, you got fired.
Yeah. If they were held to account like that, they'd be fired like you were.
Yeah. I guess they'd be impeached.
Yeah, I'm looking for a job where I'm not held to account like I was at HP.
Yeah, that was rough. I don't want people watching me like that.
American politics is just that job.
Oh, Jesus.
He's gaining weight, Ted Cruz.
He is.
He's going to be full-blown McCarthy. It's like a sketch. It's like we're watching Saturday Night Live.
It's a performance. You can't speak. You can't just speak.
Oh, he found the hot button. Media.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Tell the media.
It is actually.
When he does his fake filibusters, it is a performance.
Guys. So,
look at it. He wants to smile.
yeah.
Trump's getting scared. He's worried they're going to be substantive.
Oh, you're crazy. No, that's not true. That's not remotely true.
You cough when you're lying. That's what I learned from.
No, it's just bad timing.
Complimenting everybody on stage is not going to get you any. Wow. Okay.
What's the measurement? Okay.
Good Secular Talks tweet, exactly.
That's not true. That's CNBC. They're all going to vote Republican.
can they should all have to define what raising the debt ceiling is.
No, you already got a fucking minute.
Now you're taking on water. That was a bad moment for him.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
He feels like such an afterthought in this campaign.
Grandpa?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not. He can't pull a Kasich. He tried last time.
Yes.
When they did the riot shot, Trump looks like that Kaufman.
Oh yeah.
You go again. That's.
Why is that? I don't get it.
Put out an Amber Alert. He must have been kidnapped.
Yeah, for Huckabee. Oh, that's so funny.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Brave honesty.
Yeah.
So are they going to let him say that? You think? I just bet they will. I bet you $100. Want to bet $100? Anybody?
No, I don't want to bet $100.
$100. I give you 2-to-1 odds.
That they don't correct him.
2-to-1 odds. They don't correct him. Anybody? Mark? Give you 3-to-1 odds. $100. They don't correct him.
It's not to tempt him. It's not.
3-to-1 odds. They don't. Nobody wants it. $100. 3-to-1 odds.
When Cenk not taking it is the sobering part.
Yeah.
4-to-1 odds.
I don't think they'll correct him either. They've lost control of this anyway.
I like that they're asking tough questions, though.
Yeah. This is better than the previous two combined. Even with Megyn Kelly.
You mean the Republicans?
Yeah.
Oh, Huckabee.
What? He's talking about the primary contenders, right?
Yeah, assholes for giving them Social Security. Assholes.
That's small comfort to all the senior citizens that didn't starve in the streets because of it.
Yeah. So I would have won that bet.
Yes, you would have. We all knew you were going to win it.
He's attacking Christie again. That's literally what he was doing right there.
What's that?
He said it's like a 400-pound man eating a stack of Krispy Kremes and saying I'll lose weight later.
He just said that.
He just said that. He was talking about Christie.
If he would have said strawberry shake, you'd have a case.
Please, a quiet car reference. Go on. He preaching?
Why is this? They're keeping the promise. The promise has been met. No one's ever missed a check.
Well, he's saying under his plan,
Yeah.
Christie's plan. I would just raise the cap on contributions to Social
Yeah,
Security
how about
and
that?
payroll. Is that not?
This is the guy who stole the pensions from all his fucking...
CNBC's not going to say that.
No.
3-1 odds?
What?
3-1 odds?
This whole idea that's...
Wow. Preloaded, but strong Jimmy.
Really? Fuck them.
Who he really means it.
He's right. They shouldn't mean test it. Malcolm.
That's a great one.
What the fuck are you talking? People get Social Security and they get Medicare. What are you talking about?
I actually agree with him. I think that he's saying under their attempted changes. He would probably still screw them over in different ways, but I think he's right. He's not attacking the current system. He's attacking the proposed changes that Chris Christie would make.
Oh, okay.
Means testing, all that.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Right.
Don't worry. He's wrong about all sorts of other stuff.
Okay, so who do we think's winning so far?
Rubio.
That's interesting. I don't. Number one, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Number two, I think I'm a little more sure as to who's losing, and that's Jeb Bush, because there's a fight. There's two factions here: the outsiders and the establishment. Right? No matter what they say about how they're going to change Washington, blah, 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 blah. Rubio, Jeb Bush, and Kasich are the establishment guys. Okay, and so I don't like the establishment overall. Are they better than maniacs like Ted Cruz? Yes, but I mean, we're talking about a Hobson's choice here. Okay, so I think Kasich has made a case for himself. Yeah. I think Rubio had some good one-liners and made somewhat of a case for himself. Jeb Bush has not acquitted himself very well so far.
He had one exchange, right?
Yeah.
Jeb Bush looked like he might get the better of Rubio, but then Rubio came back very strong.
It was a good attempt.
Like the John McCain thing.
I think that Huckabee's last answers were right. I don't actually trust him to manage Social Security, but all of what he was saying about the means testing and the obligation and and all of that. I mean, it was laced with unnecessary anti-government propaganda. But the actual points he was making were right, and it points out not just Chris Christie's demonic plans for entitlement reform, but that the rest of them share. He's only attacking Christie by name and by weight, but the rest of them are sort of implicated. But I would say, I'm totally biased, I think that Kasich, although he hasn't spoken recently, maybe it's just that he's saying what I want one of them to say, but I think it could be an effective strategy.
Well, Kasich's whole thing, yesterday his rant ended with, what happened to the Conservative Party? What happened to the Conservative movement? Well, what do you think happened to it? It was Fox News. You got rid of the fairness doctrine. Ronald Reagan wedded you to the religious right, and all these things happened. And then Citizens United. What the fuck do you think happened to the? Are you kidding me? It's right there. That's what happened. Fox Newsification of your party.
Yeah.
So the reason I bring that up is because one of those guys is going to have to come out and be the standard bearer for the donors, the establishment, etc. And they're going to pour money behind that guy. Walker used to be in that camp, but he quit like a good water boy. And it's important to figure out who it is they're going to pour all those resources into to try to beat Trump. Because I think Carson is temporary. Overall, I agree with Jimmy on that. So I think right now it's still Rubio. Right from the beginning, Adelson, the Koch brothers, etc. That's the one candidate they could agree on. They apparently pushed Walker out of the campaign to give more to Rubio and concentrate around him. Kasich's making a little bit of a run, but boy, Jeb is fading, man.
Yeah.
He's really fading.
He's entitled and he's mad, and Rubio, he has a track record of loving water. If you need a water boy, he's the one.
Yeah.
So
he'll do their bidding. I think that's right. It's funny. I expected a little more fight from Jeb Bush, and he seems like one of those guys who can't take a punch.
Yeah, like when on the it's so funny because I had this vision when you were talking about the back and forth between Jeb and Rubio. Like Jeb was like one of those guys that boxes like this, right? And he got one across the chin like this to Rubio, and Rubio was like, "Oh." Jeb's like, and then Rubio went boom and like crumbled him. He's like, "Oh no!" Right? Yeah. And we haven't heard from him since. Now I know they're coming back, but if I think he's like George H.W. Bush, and on policy grounds, there was something to be said for the first Bush, but he was always a bad politician.
Yeah,
and I think his son's a bad politician in this case. All right, let's go back to the debate.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is the beginning of a good question.
Oh yeah, we were talking about this earlier.
That's a good way of framing it. I've never thought that was a good explanation.
That seems bad.
Maybe 4 times?
Started hundreds.
But you can't declare bankruptcy if you're the U.S.
Right. Default. You're going to default?
They've got to follow up on this. There's CNBC if they don't do that.
Yeah. Great follow.
Oh, I didn't know he was following. I literally didn't see him there.
He snuck onto the
No, he just came in the break.
He said less government control over drug prices. So they're not going to. He didn't want to look backward, and now he's getting attacked for it. So you guys, that's funny.
He was one of the U.S. attorneys that did exactly what Bush wanted politically. Super ironic. He's allowed to go after GM because they were against the car bailouts, the Republicans. But the donors are still not going to like that kind of talk.
Yes.
Well, how well is the pharmaceutical industry doing running the pharmaceutical industry?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, technically Republicans run 2 out of 3 branches of government right now, but...
Oh, you'll have the most political attorney general we've ever seen in our lives.
These reporters suck dick so hard.
Sirota,
yeah, great stuff from Sirota.
Malcolm Fleshner writes, in bold prediction, Jeb Bush drops out of the race before the end of this debate. Snooze fest.
Yeah, he's just not cutting through.
I've seen all these fact checks. A lot of it happened after he was no longer governor, and he includes it in his numbers.
And AAA bond rating is not something that resonates with voters. Oh, don't say that. Ooh. Oh, that's going to be a disaster from that warm kiss line.
Yeah. Imagine the names.
I can't stand their lies.
It would be easier to take if these reporters weren't freaking stuffed suits.
Yeah.
No, I thought they were asking tough questions.
There's no follow-up.
There's no
There's
follow-up.
no follow-up. Chris Christie's allowed. They're all allowed to say that Social Security's going bankrupt. No one says.
That's
Republican Party 101.
Yeah. Because she sounds like a liberal right now.
That's what the Republicans love. Great, let's bring up the big banks. Yeah, great, let's do it.
But the bill that does it should be no more than 1 page long.
See, that's the thing. They know they're wrong. They know that the public is against them. That's why they pretend to be on the opposite side.
Jesus has a good tweet. And the one coming up looks like
that was total crap. That, right? That was too big to fail. Wall Street giving a break, and it's going to go.
Oh, Jesus. Again, he's ready for this stupid question. Ah, Jesus. Yes! Bartender!
Hey, where's the bitchy gay guy's drinking chart?
I know, right?
Damn, he
Well, you could wake him up in the middle of the night and he could recite this.
Yeah.
I like putting Christian sentences that don't need it. Yes, that's fun. The game.
So then one day I found that girl selling, man. I fucking. So you're not fucking me. I'm fucking you. Where's my $1,000?
Notice Trump's not jumping in at all. Doesn't want to talk about detailed economic policies and theories. Possible to make less than that, actually. 50% of all wage earners earn less than $30,000 a year. Fucking in America. Not worth mentioning. Not worth it. The lazy 47%.
He's right about that.
Good point.
That's also a good point.
Saying that's effective is not a good answer when you apparently don't like it.
I did Sally Mae in Washington. I did Sally Mae in Ohio. Gave her a warm kiss.
Look at the two tweets back to back, you and Secretary.
I think he's referring to her.
Yeah. Or it might have been sarcastic. I think it's sarcastic. The fucking economy is booming. Economy is fucking booming. It's amazing. Wow. Single mom, virgin birth.
Tried to steal third with that born again thing, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. It was a double, and he went for the third base for the born again.
Yeah. Great.
It's a great retweet by Jank.
Jesus Christ.
What was the percentage she gave?
She said 90?
I think she said something 90, right?
90.
There's no way that's true.
That is on that Planned Parenthood video. Exactly. There's so much in there if you just watch it.
Are you gay, Dr. Carson?
Have you ever been to prison? Because that would make you gay.
As long as they're not Muslim. Oh yeah, it's all about shutting up the streets. Tweet. So you're paid to do work for them. But he was paid to speak for them.
So, okay, here, they're going to break. Let's talk about this, right?
Not only do you not have to do follow-ups, but if you do, Republicans don't like it.
Yeah. No. So this is an interesting phenomenon, right? If the press asks hard questions of Democrats, the Democratic audience doesn't complain, right?
Right.
And they just go like, "Oh, okay, good. Let's hear that answer," and stuff. Now, whenever the Republicans get asked hard questions, they just go, "Fuck you," and the audience goes, "Yeah!" They go, "Liberal media bias, yeah!" Right? So that eliminates their need to answer any questions.
Yeah.
Right?
Why would they?
Yeah, all they gotta do is just attack the guy back. Wait a minute, you just got paid a lot of money by this company. Shouldn't you have vetted them a little bit and find out if they rip people off before you say you take their product, you take their money, you're endorsing them? He's like, and the crowd's like, "Boo! You're asking about facts, boo!
Yeah.
You're a bad person." I mean, that never happens in a Democratic debate.
And the guy has no record to run on because he's never been a politician. So these are the things, the decisions he's made in his life.
Exactly.
And here's one of the biggest ones he made, and it's because it does go to show. But again, it's like people who are at these debates that they're supporting Trump and Carson.
Yeah. Well, and right there, what he was doing was basically defending, saying, I don't need to speak for the fact that I helped this company that defrauded people, made them believe that this medicine would cure cancer. By the way, they had to settle this lawsuit. I still take this stuff because I don't know what the fuck this medicine is or what it's supposed to do. But they lied to people, probably led to some deaths, but don't worry. So they paid me a couple $100,000. Who cares?
He, in essence, just to follow up on what John just said, he, in essence, just endorsed them again.
He still takes
it. He just gave a giant commercial saying, "I still take it." And remember, I'm Dr. Ben Carson, right? And they're like, "Well, shouldn't you take some responsibility?" What do you mean responsibility?
He just endorsed them again.
Yeah. If you watch Twitter, there seems to be this sense that Rubio is scoring here. Is that your sense at all?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure, yeah. I think so.
He's first of all, they're asking him every question he's prepared for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's ready.
And by the way, this debate, I think, is noteworthy in that Trump, I believe, I was wrong last time I said this a couple of debates ago, Trump has spoken less than at any debate. And it's because this is a specific debate, and he does not, I tweeted about this, his body language says, "Don't call on me, don't know, there's something interesting up there, I think I see a star." He doesn't want to answer any of these questions.
And one of the things he's going to do afterwards, remember, he's been saying that CNBC's fixing the numbers in the polls and that they're being unfair. Afterwards, he's going to come out and say, "I talked the least," or I didn't talk as much as other guys did. See, I told you they were unfair. Right?
They wouldn't call on me.
Right, but in reality, it's not that he's just setting it up to, again, complain about liberal media bias or cry, which is one of his go-to moves, but it's a way of avoiding the questions while then having a way of attacking them afterwards. So turning a disadvantage into an advantage. You know why he does that? Because he's great at that. He's so good at that, it'll make your head spin.
People on both sides of the aisle say he's great at that. But that is still going to hurt him because I think it's very clear at this point, he wins, he's up in the polls when he gets covered, and when he talks at debates, he gets covered. If he has to not talk, then he's not going to do well. This isn't going to save him.
Yeah, almost by definition, he's ceding ground to other
Totally, and Carson getting applause with no good reason, but Carson is now getting the coverage, and he's getting the applause lines, and Trump is pretending that he's not there.
Well, it's funny. We're not the only ones, Jen, that are frustrated to be living in a bizarre world known as the mainstream media and a Republican primary, right? So it's nice to see that Jeb Bush is also flipping out. Kasich is also flipping out. Most of the mainstream Republicans are flipping out. So that's nice to see, at least, that we're not the only ones, and that the Frankenstein they've created, which is this month, Ben Carson, is coming back to bite them all in the ass. It's nice to see them get freaked out. It's nice to see Kasich and Jeb Bush be totally pushed back on their heels and have to go after their own base. Thank God they have to attack their own fucking base, and that's what they're doing, and that's why they're losers.
And after Kasich came out with that strong beginning, we haven't really heard that much from him since.
No.
I know there's a lot of people on stage, but Kasich and Trump now we haven't heard from a lot, or Huckabee.
Yeah.
It's a good point. On the other hand, fuck you, liberal media.
Oh, that's good. This is the problem in America. He made videos and spoke for them for 10 years.
What's that?
From 2004 to 2014, he worked for them.
That's not right.
10 years.
Wow. But nobody's going to look that up.
No. Yeah.
I'm bored, man. Give me more Trump. There you go. Oh, thank you. Yes. Oh. He feels horrible.
Amazing.
Would it be nice if the country was just a popularity
Why is
contest?
Carson not mentioned that he's taken the lead? Brag a little. He's talking about Super PAC?
Jags, yeah.
See, now we're having fun again.
I won't say this, but I will. That's the unfair thing he's going to play into. If she did her research.
Can I respond to something that was never said?
Oh, for love of God.
What was the beginning of that sentence?
Oh, God. I think he blames the mainstream media.
Democrats control the mainstream media, is that what it says?
Oh, yeah.
Come with your own citations. This is good for Hillary. They can't help it.
Oh, he called the mainstream media the super PAC. I like how they sneak these guys in.
This guy's such a dummy.
That I agree with.
I'm with you. I thought he said we need to turn around the economy.
Yeah. He just said we.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I just wanted to watch Justified as he was talking, and then I realized he's from Kentucky. And Justified's from Kentucky.
What? The interest rates have been nothing. Real human being? No kidding.
This is his audition, clearly. I mean, he's trying to,
He's trying to get it
look at
hired
me,
by
right.
over actors.
I should have my own show.
Really realistic puppet.
Got it.
Yeah, it took a lot of study. I would take that deal, but
That'll never happen. Are
No
you kidding?
way.
That is sick.
That is bullshit.
That's not
That
true
is
at all.
bullshit.
Yeah. No, but it is interesting that he is putting himself out there as a protector of the 1%.
Yes.
Which is exactly what he is.
Where did Kasich go? Where did Kasich go? I was literally typing about the blimp right when he said that.
That's defense spending. Defense.
Miss Christie?
Yeah, that's the Defense Department. He is not mentioning that point.
Yeah.
Oh,
trying to use
And they want to spend more money. I guarantee you his budget wants to spend more money on the Defense Department.
That was the Tea Party guy, by the way, that was asking those other questions.
Yeah, Rick Santelli.
Yeah. I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one of those CNBC economic geniuses who's been wrong about everything every day he's ever been on the air. I wouldn't ask Rick Santelli directions to the fucking freeway. Are you kidding me? Let me fudge my...
Oh, God, now he brought up fudge. Chris Christie is salivating.
Ah!
Single pair? Oh, there's a citation to Mark Zuckerberg reference. He did call him Mark Zuckerberg's personal senator.
How do you spell hokey?
H-O-K-E-Y.
What is it?
H-O-K-E-Y? Hokey.
Oh, maybe I was going to put an A in there. Could be.
Oh.
I guess the answer is I don't know.
No, not true.
Yeah, Bush is still in the race.
Look, I actually have his tax plan right here. Top 1% gets a nearly $200,000 tax break off of it.
$200,000.
But But there's the middle class, though. That little one, that's pretty nice, too.
Yeah.
Tiny. You probably can't see it.
5
Sorry.
to 100
It's
bucks.
small.
They don't correct him on that. 5 to 100 bucks. They don't correct him on.
Oh, they're not correcting anyone on anything.
He said that the majority of his tax breaks go to middle class. They don't.
Oh yeah. No one's challenging specifics on a tax plan.
That's right.
10 to 1.
Yeah, right.
Blah, 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 blah. They all do.
No, that's not. No, he said percentages.
5 to 1. He doesn't correct him on that. 100 bucks.
It's not true.
He totally just did the wrong math on that on purpose, and he's going to let him. So 5 to 1, 100 bucks. You think he'll correct him?
There are no corrections being issued tonight, so it's
10 to 1.
These guys skate on whatever they say. They're not being challenged on anything they say.
That's pretty good.
That's funny, yeah. By Mo Elliott.
Sucks.
Oh, I would have won that bet.
You would have won every bet on follow-up questions.
Rand Paul, please shut up, boy.
I'm exercising that discretion now.
She apologizes to everyone else, but not Rand Paul. Probably would suck, but it's an interesting idea by comparison. We're going to run the government on $5 a year. We might get change back.
So everybody just gets to go now. They just get to start talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah! Ha ha!
Why alcohol's illegal.
That's why alcohol's
across the
still
country.
illegal, and it
Yeah.
doesn't.
Can't do it. Can't smoke.
That's
No
why-
alcohol.
But we have Budweiser sponsoring college football. Let's put the deaths between alcohol and marijuana side by side every year. Let's do that, you fucking hypocrite.
Equality is driven, not by a rigged economy. Ted Cruz's tax plan makes Parsons look sophisticated.
No, this answer's too cerebral.
Yeah, I agree. He's trying to take it back. You know, it's a strong answer, but it's way too
Wonky.
Yeah, wonky, exactly.
So, if I'm Kasich, I maniacally repeat, I balance the budget in Ohio, I balance the budget in Ohio, I cut taxes and balance the budget, cut the taxes, balance the budget. Until everybody goes, I got it, dude, you're the only Republican to ever balance the budget. I got it, right? Oh, shit, I got it. You're the only Republican to ever balance the budget, right?
He's done it a few times.
Yeah. See, he's already got it in your head.
Yeah. Well, he's the only one. He did it when he was a member of Congress in the 90s. He left a $5 trillion surplus, but he did it in D.C., he did it in Ohio, and he'd love to do it in D.C. again.
Yeah, but I think I'm serious. I would do it more than he's doing it. I would, every answer. See, that's a good question about abortion, and I think it's terrible. And that's why I helped to balance the budget in right? And I did it while cutting taxes. And I'm pro-life, but you know what else is pro-life? Balancing the budget.
Yes.
And let's go for all the people who balance the budget on this stage.
We wouldn't have.
Oh, right, that's me. Right.
Well, I guess I'll talk.
No, it's a great foothold that he has that nobody else has.
Right.
I mean, we wouldn't have had Benghazi had we had a balanced budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Assuming that the public actually cares as much as they're implying they care about that. They don't seem to care about whether you actually do it when you're the president.
People only care about a deficit because they think some of that money is going to black people or poor people. Obama's giving everybody free stuff. That's what they're saying. That's the only reason. They don't give a shit that Obama's giving $60 billion just for bombs in the Middle East for next year. Nobody gives a shit about that. $30 billion, by the way. I'm sorry, $30 billion next year in the budget they just signed, just for bombs in the Middle
Assuming
East.
they only spend it for the OCO.
By the way, $60 billion which is Bernie Sanders' budget would cover all tuition. So all this bullshit about we're broke, we don't have enough money, we have to grow the economy. We've grown the economy. We've got the money. It's a rigged economy, and they're not. And again, we're asking people who work for a company named CNBC, which is owned by NBC, which is owned by Universal, which is owned by Comcast. So three gigantic corporations, internet, that are pro-TPP, are holding a debate, and everybody there in that audience thinks they're fucking liberals.
Yeah, they haven't mentioned TPP. That's an interesting fact.
Comcast doesn't want you to talk about it.
Sweeping.
Comcast does not want it brought up.
Yeah. No. Yeah, they're acting like it's Media Matters is running the debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. CNBC, though, about to ask about money in politics. They wouldn't ask about that in any debate. No, the TV stations.
In fact, Donald Trump brought up the money in politics.
The only one that
give him credit.
And that's
give him credit, you know.
Yeah, I mean, no, I do give him credit. I wrote down that, the only times anybody's been right, Huckabee was right about Social Security, Trump was right about the super PACs, and believe it or not, Ted Cruz and Rand Paul were right about auditing the Fed. Right? So, but he has the luxury of being right on that because he's a billionaire.
Right, exactly.
So, you can only run.
It's easy for him to eliminate money in politics.
Yeah,
but he's missing the point.
Special interest.
We don't want money in politics because then the politicians do what businesses want because they get paid to do it. Trump will do what businesses want. He just doesn't need to be paid to do it.
That's exactly right. He's not part of it on technicality almost. That's exactly right.
Yeah, he'll just do it because it benefits him directly. He doesn't need money secondhand.
And he has no fix for it. He hasn't proposed any kind of fix for it.
Oh, no, he doesn't want to change anything.
So we're ruled by billionaires. Billionaires normally donate to the politicians who then run for them. Trump just cut out the middleman and said, I'll run. I used to donate to you guys. Now I don't need to. I'll run.
Yeah, if Charles Koch had the charisma of a potato, he'd just run for office.
Well, that's the thing. They never asked the second question, which is, what is your plan to fix the money in politics problem? They never asked that question.
That would require a follow-up. I'll give you 10 to 1 they don't ask that. Oh.
Thank you.
There you go. Now the Zuckerberg thing. Back to it. In the commercial break.
What now, bitch?
Here we go. He's about to attack them.
Yeah.
But then, so you were lying.
Yeah, he was lying.
I hate his fake smile. Can't stand it.
Yeah. So fuck them.
So it would have excluded you. Yeah, you wouldn't have gotten to be a U.S. senator if we had had that system.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even be in the country.
Think about all the votes you wouldn't be able to skip.
Yeah.
There were.
Ooh, good question.
Are you strapping right now?
He knows how to turn a question into anything.
No, they
Wasn't
don't.
a fucking
No, they don't.
gun-free zone, and there were guns on the campus. 10 to 1, they don't, $100, 10 to 1, they don't correct him on that it wasn't a gun-free zone. 10 to 1, that's a pretty good deal. Whenever he says sick people, he has to point to himself.
Here we go. It's a good question because he doesn't want his employees to have guns.
Of course, but it's a bad question because he can easily just lie. Yes.
Yeah, true.
It's easy
Well,
to lie
he was lying on the last question as well. You know, do you want your Trump properties to allow guns? Okay, of course not.
No. Nobody mentions the latest poll.
This is a sitter too. They're just looking now for some blood in the water.
Don't say his name.
Oh,
Made in China, by the way.
Oh.
There you go.
Is it nasty or is it untrue? Which? A purple tie?
No, that's no kind of brag at all.
Yeah.
It's also
I happen to be from the same state. So what? Vince Foster?
IQ has a good point there,
Yes.
actually.
He never ran against Bill
They do
Clinton.
their
I don't know what to say.
manifestos. They say why
Yes.
they shoot people. They never say they shoot people at a gun-free zone.
I'm the only guy on this stage who's 400 pounds.
I'm the only guy who can't fit through his own kitchen door yet. I'm fatter than everybody.
Am I the only guy who'd like a break for food?
There's not a dining car on this debate. How did that?
Chris Christie's so irrelevant.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like George Bush did.
Yeah, moral authority
my
is to
God,
let
yeah.
cops abuse citizens.
Yes.
That's moral
It's something
authority.
the president has no control over. It's sort of, what is the president going to do on day one, too? To show cops on the street that he's behind them.
Like Medicare, Social Security,
Defense Department,
Iraq. That was actually true.
cops, which is what
Yeah.
Christie just mentioned.
%90 of them by women. Like that.
I know it doesn't say it in the Constitution. Doesn't mean they can't do it. They just passed a law. Total misdirection.
She talks over her. That's nice.
I'll balance the budget.
Just like I did
In Ohio and
in
when I was in the federal
Washington,
government.
Taipei.
Tax cuts.
Okay. What are they? Does Ohio have any college sports teams? Those aren't expensive, though, right? And they're academic, I assume.
He just said disintermediate.
Yes.
on
there it is. The left.
Need putting.
Oh my God. So this has been Walker's best debate.
It's named a Big Warm Kiss.
So you might be spending a little too much time on that.
Yeah, you got your line off.
Fact check that, by the way. Big data.
Jesus Christ, this is a real question.
I know, it's
unfucking believable. Why don't you ask about Gamergate?
Recently, Taylor Swift and Nicki Minaj got in a bit of a spat. Thank you.
That's the answer to that question.
That is a good answer.
That's what Jeb Bush doesn't know how to do.
Yeah.
Somebody's team isn't doing well this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he turns to this.
Look at Tim Mack's
That's great.
gift from Trump.
That's from a previous debate, but still.
But the other answer on fantasy football, you could also go the other way on it, which is to say, yes, if you want to be gutsy, if you could say, if we legalize it, we need to tax it and help. I mean, you begin that. That's the move, because everybody's going to. I thought that was an easy one. That's a layup. Are you kidding? Fantasy football, what does that have to do with it?
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Excuse me, guys. That's such a cheap trick.
Yeah.
So answer the question then. What do you mean invest in those energies?
Well, that was.
That's a setup line.
Yeah.
Okay, but answer the question.
That's actually shocking if that's true.
It is true. Yeah, he actually was very good on that.
Christie coming on strong this debate.
It's a mirage.
It's a big mirage. That's true.
That's why people hate Medicare.
I say government, liberal media, Hillary Clinton, Benghazi. That's whose fault it is.
10 to 1, they don't correct him on that Medicare's bankrupt. 10 to 1, I'll give you 10 to 1. $100. $20 to 1, Johnny. 20 to 1. I'm offering anybody 20 to 1. That's $2,000.
Good tweet, Mark.
Aaron makes a good point.
Oh, thank God.
Can I say something really fast?
Yes.
So I looked into the thing that Ben Carson spent 10 years promoting. It's a biogenetical supplement that independent studies by Harvard show that the human body doesn't possess the enzymes to physically break it down. We physically cannot process this thing that they've been selling for 10 years and that he's promoting and still using. Still using. It does nothing. And by the way, it's sugar.
Oh, so
it's a specific kind of plant-based sugar that we can't break down in our bodies. And that's going to cure cancer and God knows what else. But they also have set up ministries. That's why he's tied in with them.
Okay, and Ben Carson's, this whole thing's a money-making scheme for him, and it's going to work like a charm, okay? He interrupted his campaign while leading in the polls nationwide and in Iowa to do a book tour for 2 weeks. He's not doing any campaign events because he has to go and sell books.
I mean, he didn't drop in the polls.
No, look, there have been many candidates who put out a book while running, right? And for most of them, the thing was, the book is good PR for your campaign run, right? And you say, hey, dreams of my father, or, John McCain, I was a war hero, I didn't say it, but I said it, I wrote a whole book about it. Anyway, right? And it's PR and marketing for your campaign. This is reverse. His presidential campaign is a marketing tool for his book. And that book he's making money from. It's literal. Like, he puts it in his pocket, and he's selling the book like gangbusters because his campaign's doing well. But meanwhile, he has, in essence, suspended his campaign. He has said for 2 weeks he's not doing any campaign appearances so that he can sell the book. Okay? So Dr. Ben Carson, in a family morals, family values, morality, I'm a good Christian, etc., no, his whole run is about scheming people out of money. His whole career, post being a doctor, has been about scheming people out of money. This thing that as a doctor, the enzymes in your body can't break down. He's like, who cares? I'm getting paid. That's a stupid problem for trusting me. And
he's a doctor in the tradition of Dr. Oz. Effectively now.
He's using his credentials as a doctor in order to scam people out of their money. Yeah. So he did it with this company, and he's doing it in the presidential run.
Jack, as a doctor, he wouldn't even say that vaccines were good for you. I mean, he literally let that bullshit about vaccines go right in front of him and not say a fucking thing about it. So yeah, the guy's totally a huckster.
Yeah, I actually think there's some chance that he might at the end go, or maybe he wins. He's like, oh my God, I accidentally won. He's like, okay, conservatives smuggling you, man. I was taking your money. No, obviously I'm in favor of affirmative action.
Can he find his way back? Can he find his way back to the middle? I mean, it seems like it's tough to find your way back to the middle. Trump and Carson both.
There's no middle left. Yeah, I mean, for these Republicans, the only guys who can quote unquote find their middle is Rubio, is a standard greasy politician. He'll shift to the middle in a second. Kasich has a point to make that he is in the middle. Jeb would struggle like crazy, but he appears to be irrelevant. I think he's going to be out of the race soon. But the rest of them, there is no middle.
And Rand Paul can take the average of positions. Some are the left.
Yeah, right. If you average it up.
Oh, great. We're declaring war again. Okay. We're in a Republican debate. No, of course.
Oh, wait, how did we get rid of polio? Weird. Science.
Think of all the autism, though.
All the autism.
I think they cut Jeb Bush's spine.
Yeah, I think they did.
Oh no, he's done, man. I really think he's done.
That's pretty funny. Walker's on it. Although to be fair, Walker's also on our thing.
It's gonna be high energy.
It's going to be high energy.
Say one
Mexico.
fucking specific thing. How?
We're gonna move it back, and we're gonna make them pay for it.
And we're all gonna eat cookies.
How? Not the simplest way.
I had to borrow the arm from my dad and the leg from my mom.
Fall off the trunk.
No one knows what you're talking about. You know, Fiorina kind of disappeared in this debate too.
Yeah.
Tried to cut in a couple times and they cut her off.
Oh man,
And the one.
You won me over, Jimmy. You pulled a Kasich on the 10-1. I see ghosts on the stage.
Yeah. No, didn't George W. Bush propose that back in 2005? This is a train wreck?
Bruce Willis movie was 6 cents, right? What? Bruce Willis movie was 6 cents?
Yes.
Haley Joel
The 6 cents there.
I see dead people.
maybe not you personally.
Yeah, I think
hope
you're
not.
living longer.
I mean, I don't wish, but
Yeah, Chris Christie's used to dealing with pressure. At the very least, his heart and circulatory system are.
His feet are feeling the pressure.
Strong ankle bones.
Democrat.
About cutting Medicare and Social Security? No, they did not brag about cutting Medicare and Social
They'll
Security.
probably end up doing it, but they didn't brag about
I know, but this goes against, even the Republicans don't want Social Security and Medicare cut. So who the fuck are they appealing to on this? Mark?
What's that? I hate Chris Christie so much, I can't even.
I prefer him to some of the others.
Bullying politician.
Yeah.
Just like I just did about with Hillary Clinton
Yes.
and the Democratic candidate. Believe me, I know demagoguery.
My daughter? My granddaughters? Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Also, they can't get abortions. If they're raped.
Right. Shut up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They put me in the truck to let you talk.
They could have had a third hour.
She's pulling a woman card. Let her talk.
Yeah.
Zero-based budgeting. No one knows what you're talking about.
What about Ohio submarines? Tell me about the Ohio class of submarines.
She feels tired tonight.
She wants to be talking about Putin and nuclear weapons.
Fit it in a girl's vagina.
They're never going to require that they understand what that actually means. Oh, he said he's going to filibuster that, by the way. Yeah.
This is what he did last time, too. I want to talk to the folks at home.
Are you concerned how they waste seconds?
Oh, then we should vote for him.
This is his theme, deadly serious.
Chris Christie, as deadly as diabetes. Put it on all the.
I was successful changing the culture in New Jersey? Are you kidding? It's good old boy politics galore.
Yeah. He puts half as much pressure on the culture as he does his feet.
He actually stopped that annoying thing that he was doing in the other debate.
I've led more fights against stuff. Then he fled me. Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Blink. 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 I think her nickname was Blink 182 because that's how many times she blinks every time she talks.
What was the result of you becoming CEO?
By the way, that's a bullshit story. She didn't start as secretary at HB.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she went to a really good college and as an intern once worked, not really as a secretary, but as an assistant.
Right.
It was a summer job. It was bullshit.
She won't be able to see it though because her eyes are shut most of the time.
Yes. Damn, I don't know why are you giving her such a hard time? I mean, she really knows what she's talking about.
I'm talking about her blinking.
Huh?
What's wrong with me?
I don't know. Johnny, where did you go? Are you there?
It's like a rave.
It's like her whole life is a strobe light.
She gives herself seizures constantly.
It's gonna get a seizure. She blinks up.
Is this debate still going on?
He's winning.
Patton Oswalt, good tweet.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you, Young Turks, for retweeting that excellent.
Also, please purchase these pills. What month is it?
We suck.
We lose in Iowa and nationally to Ben Carson. We lose.
Even Chris Christie's losing weight. It's a catastrophe. Disaster.
We lost a blimp. Where is it? I don't know. I can barely talk. We said it couldn't be done. We didn't know about it until he did it. By the way, that is bragging about having to defend his positions less.
Dude, he fucking that's brilliant what he just did.
I actually think so too.
Look, I'm already making deals. I'm already making the networks fucking jump.
Yeah, I was gonna have to work a lot. Now I have to work less.
I actually think that was brilliant.
That was.
Ted Cruz can't say that.
His right ear is very big. Look how big his right ear is.
So big, what?
His right ear is
very
big.
His ears are growing.
Oh, wow. I never noticed that.
Trump can't flap his arms.
Dude, you gotta look at his right
He
ear.
might be able to. Look how big his right ear is.
Yeah.
No, both of his ears.
Well, that's a side effect of that Ben Carson medication.
Yeah.
That's actually the only effect of the Ben Carson medication.
That's a little known side effect.
That's so he can hear all the dog whistles that Jeb Bush is doing.
You remember that campaign that Jeb Bush ran? You remember when he ran for president back then?
Nope. Caught something from Ted Cruz.
Like Ben's tweet.
They like that less than we're a bunch of losers.
Yes.
For some reason. Imagine if Barack Obama said what Trump had just said. We fucking lose. The losers become traitor. What? A desperate need for power and influence?
Oh,
Or
God damn it.
Who wants to do that?
Who does want to do that?
I don't want them to live in a sequel to Mad Max.
You have to be serious to run for president, not an over-emotional opportunist.
balanced one budget.
And I budget did too.
I need to make another kid.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I need to get some bionic parts.
We need to rebuild our families. Why? What happened to you?
This is a guy who converted to Catholicism so he could marry another woman. I'm pretty sure. Google that. Did he convert?
That's dead. Oh, there you go.
I think I missed Ben Carson's. Did I sleep through it?
I think I slept through it.
Yeah. There's some chance he slept through it. Hey, producers out there, can you guys get us a clip of Trump's conclusion to when you get a chance when he took on the CNBC debate thing? Okay, all right. Let's get started. Here we go. Host debate coverage for the 18th Republican debate in a row. Okay, fine. It's the third one, but it feels like they have 18 ones for every Democratic debate. Hey, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're tweeting?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's trying to figure out where he can get some of those pills.
Those,
What's some of those placebos that Ben Carson's making money off of?
Right. Okay, so let's do our standard analysis here. We're going to do a summary of the debate at the end, but we do have these categories. I'm curious what everybody thought here. On the first couple, I have very strong opinions, and then on some, I'm looking forward to what you guys have to say. The ones I have strong opinions on, I'm not really looking forward to your opinions because I'm right.
So that's the kind of honesty you don't get on that stage.
Right. Start with your strong opinion.
Okay, all right. I like that I prefaced that as if like you didn't expect strong opinions from me. Okay, anyway. All right, who was the biggest winner of this Republican debate? I think that it was Marco Rubio. I think a lot of the candidates kind of disappeared into the woodwork. I think there's an argument, believe it or not, and we can debate this, on Donald Trump being a big winner of this debate. But Rubio came out forceful. Jeb Bush tried to attack him. He finished him. I mean, he did a finishing move where Jeb Bush was on the ground like, oh shit, what happened to my heart? Like it'd been ripped out of his chest. He came across as strong, but establishment throughout. Somebody needs to solidify the establishment. Dollars, really more than anything else, so they can go get the vote. And that, at this point, looks like Rubio has Jeb face. That's my thoughts on biggest winner. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it seems as though Rubio exactly won that exchange. It was a key exchange with Jeb because it looked as though Jeb had begun what was a biting slice into him, and ultimately Rubio reversed it. So you get credit not only for winning the exchange, but for reversing an exchange that looked like it was going to knock you out. Kasich came on strong, and I was surprised at how strong he came up. But we were talking about it during the debate. It was wonky, and ultimately he just got lost. And I think your word, these aren't exactly your words, but the notion that many candidates faded away. I think you said faded into the woodwork. Yes, that's the problem. In this group, I think Rubio probably is the only standout. Carly Fiorina tried to repeat her success. I just don't think she did. It seemed as though they were kind of revisiting much of the stuff that won the debate for her the last time, or at least distinguished her that way. Yeah, I would say Rubio. And then between Trump and Carson, I would say Trump won between those two. Neither one, I thought, had a great debate.
Yeah. No, I think Trump was one of the winners because I came out of this debate thinking this is a contest between Trump and Rubio. I mean, that's my sense of it coming out of the debate. You got the anti-establishment guy at this point is Trump. I thought he scored a nice points with the super PAC, anti-super PAC speech there. They almost applauded. You almost got Republican audience to go like, yeah, wait, why are they buying off all the rest of you, right? And now, of course, he gets to do that because he's a billionaire, but it was still, a nice moment for him because he simplifies things. And Kasich made the mistake of using words like intermediate. Right? And, you came out strong with, I balance the budget, these sons of bitches balance the budget, right? Stick to that. Don't go to disintermediate. Okay, you're going to lose everybody.
Kasich tried policy. To his credit, the guy tried to produce policy. But you got to produce policy in a very simple way. Otherwise, producing policy in a debate like this gets you nothing.
Yeah, you got to do what Trump does. Don't even just try to simplify the words. Don't learn about the policies in the first place, then you won't accidentally reveal anything about them.
Great point, John.
Yeah. I would probably say, too, that I thought Kasich was going to be the winner after the first couple of minutes, but then he faded and didn't really say much. I guess I would say Rubio. If there is a runner-up, I would say that between Trump and Carson, I would probably give this to Carson, not because I think he did well, but because everybody thought he did well in the past ones. He did at least as well this time, and Trump spoke a third as much as he normally does. So I would say out of the two, this was a win for Carson. But probably Rubio. He sounded less creepy and awkward than the others.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I think that Christie did the best he will do. I think that he is trying his I'm going to appeal to the regular person thing. I don't think that it worked. I think that this will be his peak. It's just a very, very low peak. And I think the Fiorinas, this might be your last debate.
Oh, wow.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and take that question from the liberal media about winners and losers. Why don't we talk about the Harris? So I don't give a shit. Did Rubio do better or Rand Paul look like a knucklehead?
Gotchas.
By the way, Rand Paul just might as well just fade into the scenery. He is unbelievable. It is like, and then Jeb Bush is like watching Potsy from the Happy Days. And he's like, every time you throw him a question, holy fuck, I didn't see that coming. What are you talking about? I don't know what the fuck's going on. Come on. He's got all those Bush mannerisms that people like. He does that shit and that crack man. And by the way, he's a little cross-eyed and beady-eyed too. He's more beady-eyed than Carly Fiorina. So he's gonna.
So how can you see her eyes?
You can't. I don't know. But I think. Do you think Carly did a good job? I mean, she's my stroke candidate. And
once you mentioned the blinking, I couldn't stop fixating on the blinking. But who do you think won?
Oh, I think that. I'll give you 10 to 1. Donald Trump won again, and the reason why he won was because every time he talks, he sounds nothing like the rest of those guys.
Yeah,
he sounds absolutely. And if people are sick and tired of mainstream politicians, which they are, establishment, he is the guy. And so I even liked him. We all liked him more than everyone else on the stage. We liked him.
Yeah, even though we're worried that he might bring us fascism, we liked him better than other guys.
He's a huge winner, and by the sense, all he had to do was show we're having a 2-hour debate today because I fucking said so. That's, oh my God, that goes right into his narrative that I'm a tough negotiator, and I'm going to make the Mexicans build that fucking fence, and I'm going to stare down ISIS, and I'm going to make Iran pay for shit, and I'm going to get China's job back, and all. It all fits right, and he stood up to those goddamn liberal media, and he fucking beat them. So Donald Trump, and by the way, I hope Donald Trump wins the nomination, because they've already said something like 34 or 5% of Republicans have already said they will not vote for him in a general election. So we'll see if that's true. I doubt that will happen, but he's not winning. I hope it's Donald Trump so much.
You really point out something very important, which is the strength that he puts out there.
Yes.
Something that people really spark to. You know, in the old days, now I'm starting to think it's now a decades-old strategy, but you heard it tonight, and you're going to hear it in the future. It's optimism. Always hit the optimism. Talk about how great the country is. Talk about how you believe in this country. Talk about the potential of the country. That was the old way and tried and true way. I think in this election, the new way is strength. Lean in. You're strong. You're not going to take any shit. And that's why Trump's narrative and Trump's style is sparking so much support.
I feel like I'm a crazy person. I've watched all of these debates, and I've watched him. I followed him on Twitter for a couple of weeks until I finally had to take it off because I was driving myself crazy. I don't know how anyone sees strength in what he says. He is so defensive and scared of being criticized and scared of being revealed to be a moron who's uninterested in the world around him. And that's why he lashes out. Is because he is trying to hide how insecure he is, and I can't see anything but that when he speaks. And in his body language, how does nobody else say it?
That's the explanation as to why he's that way. But that's...
No, but I see fear in his eyes, and in his body language.
What about Clement Bundy's there? So, but no, that takes insight, Johnny. That you have to be able to know.
That's right.
And that they don't have that. All they see the cartoon character. They see the person that NBC put forward on Apprentice, which was a big PR stunt, and they bought into it. So that's who they think he is. They see all these B-list celebrities bowing to him, calling him Mr. Trump. So that's who this guy is to them. So they do not see what you see. If they saw what you saw, he wouldn't be where he is.
John, he's Sir Topham Hatt. Okay, and he's the boss man, and he plays that role perfectly. Okay, it's not rocket science. You're overanalyzing it. By the way, don't get me wrong. You're 1,000% right, but you're also an egghead and a dum dum. Okay.
I think I need to stop being a lib.
Right.
Because being a lib, it relies, I think, on ideas about what humanity is and what it can be. And if a significant portion of us can watch that and be impressed, I think that my assumptions about humanity are wrong.
Come on.
No, I think that we are still monkeys.
We are monkeys. A significant portion of the Republican base watches it, and you have to remember that. I think, and we were talking before the debate began about where Trump's greatest support comes, and it comes from those who are a little less educated, didn't go to college. Some of them didn't.
A little.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to be polite, but that's where his diehard, and those people are not doing the kind of analysis that you just did, John. I mean, they're not. They're just going, yeah, wow, that guy talks tough.
Yeah, and they can't see it, John.
You're right.
So they can't see it because what they see is him gesturing, oh, I'm this and I'm that. They don't see the fear in his eyes. They see the arms moving up and down. It's simpler than that. And Mark's right. Look, I've been saying this for 1,000 years. Mark's right because I've been saying it for a long time.
I knew I heard it somewhere.
Right.
He's almost as right as I am.
Right. Because it's all about strength. It's always been about strength. And he does this. Right? And once he does that alpha male move, doesn't matter anything else, people go, yes, Mr. Trump. Yes,
sir,
Mr.
howler
Trump.
monkey, man.
No, it's
a howler monkey.
Oh, that might be true.
I said this.
Yeah. But Jimmy and Mark have swung me to say, yes, Rubio and Trump are definitely the co-winners of this debate. Okay, it's not maybe. It's
not
yes.
even close. Can anybody name a single specific thing he would do? He said, I'll get jobs back from this country, and from this country, and from this country, which is literally the same thing as saying, I will make economy good.
There you go. I'll give you one thing. All the other debates are not going to be 3 hours. They're going to be 2 hours because Trump. Yeah, there you go. There's something.
Johnny, what you're doing is going, there's no nutrition in that pie. There's no fucking nutrition, and they still love the pie. Why are you guys eating the pie? It's all fucking empty calories, and they're eating it up.
And you'd think I'd understand pie by now.
Yeah. Chris Christie in the race.
No. These guys are.
That's the only dessert that was not mentioned during this
pie, right?
Pie.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Mark and Jimmy are right.
They're right.
Fiorina talks about zero-based budgeting. Kasich talks about disintermediating, and anytime they go to those policy issues, I mean, liberals can barely follow them. Conservatives are like, they're thinking about porn and baseball and
fantasy football.
They're not. Once they go. Is there a single Republican primary voter that knows what disintermediate means? I mean, I know I'm obsessing about this word, but they don't know. They don't know.
Yeah,
you lost them. You lost them.
Figure out it by the Latin. Isn't that a website? Mediate. I don't know.
So when Trump goes, I will make country good. They will make country bad. You're like, I want the country to be good. You got to keep remembering. Last thing on this, okay? You got to keep remembering that person from the Luntz focus group who said he's going to make America great again. I know it because it's on his hat.
That's true.
That's true. That's it. It's that. Politics is not that complicated, right? It's like the woman. This is another great example that I always go back to. 2004, George Bush. Why are you going to vote for him? She lists the things that she cares about. Turns out George Bush is against every one of those. So the AP reporter asks, "Why are you going to vote for him?" Oh no, because he's on the side of God.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it. It's all that simple, right? In that case. All right, now let's go on to the second category. Who was the biggest loser of this Republican debate on CNBC? I think this is a no-brainer. There's two guys. There's also a tie. Jeb Bush, Rand Paul. Rand Paul. I mean, look, Don. Look, I felt like I was, I was in Sixth Sense. I see dead people. But in this case, I see dead political careers, right? Jeb Bush, I mean, boy, was he even there? I mean,
he didn't want to be.
Oh my God, there was no strength whatsoever. Jimmy's right with the and Rand Paul felt like he didn't want to be there.
Yeah,
like Rand Paul was like, all right, yeah, here's my answer. Yeah. I'm gonna filibuster tomorrow. I'll talk plenty tomorrow.
And the things he would say, were reasonable from his point of view ideologically, and he could speak on whatever topic they brought up. He'd think for a second, and then he'd give a reasonable response that was, I think, more detailed and substantive than most of the others there. But he didn't want to be there. It was more like his first debate performance. In the second, he had a bit of fire until Trump smacked him a couple of times. But in this one, he was just very like, I feel like I'm supposed to be here. I don't want to drop out yet.
And Rand Paul, what such a loser, as Trump would say. What a loser Rand Paul is. He's such a little bitch. Because all that humiliation that Trump has laid on him time and time again, those last two debates, he still can't find a fucking comedian to write him a comeback joke to Donald Trump. Not one. The biggest target in the world besides Chris Christie for frickin' physicality jokes. And Donald Trump, and nothing.
He did attack him again. He attacked him again.
Nothing. He's got, and he did, and he's got nothing to come back at him.
And those actually should be opportunities for Rand Paul. This was clearly for Jeb Bush and Rand Paul, and probably for a few more up there. This was a critical moment in this election process, if you want to call it that. And the truth is, he didn't take that. He did get a chance, and he didn't take that opportunity.
Right.
Yeah, those guys were closest to the ledge, and tonight, to me, they got shoved over.
Yeah. We're unanimous, right? Bush and Rand Paul gone. I thought their debate performance was so bad that it indicated that Jeb Bush might actually even drop out soon, which seems unbelievable.
And I don't agree, but he did do bad. I mean, it was so bad that a couple times Lincoln Chafee was like,
oh. Yeah, wow. That was some bad performance. And Rand Paul, I felt, was so bad that I think he internally had already decided he was going to drop out before the debate.
It looked like it.
Yeah. So coming away, though, I think Rand Paul's the first to go, right? Yes. I think at some point he just goes, and maybe in the middle of his filibuster, he pulls a shoe.
We'll see. He's definitely going to do the filibuster. But Jeb Bush, I think he put on his walking galoshes today because he'll be walking right out of this race.
I think he's trying to hold out for long enough for Trump or Carson to crater, and then hope that somehow that helps him. I don't see how it would, but I think that's what he's waiting for. But I think that Rubio is picking up steam as he's
Rubio is picking up steam, which is surprising to me because he is such a lightweight, but he's very good at staying on message, and we saw it tonight. Yeah. So he's got good handlers. Whoever is around him is really preparing him correctly. Again, the big loser is the American people and the media, mainstream media. The big winner is the Democrats, because to have 11 monkeys up there talking about how we want to cut Social Security and Medicare is the funniest thing. It's like you couldn't do worse, right? It's popular with Republicans, popular with Independents, popular with Democrats. Social Security and Medicare, and saying you're going to cut them is the worst thing you can say, I think, in a political campaign.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, I hear that JR's tweet was... Is JR back?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's for the tweet. Okay. CNBC picked up JR's tweet?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's pretty neat. Interesting.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
JR Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to go.
JR Jackson can't answer the question. Throw empty attacks like Clinton. GOP debate strategy works every time.
Wow!
Hey! Right in the middle! Right there! Look at JR Jackson.
Only on
that guy... Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Okay. That's a full meathead clap for that one. And to think, Jesus, you were verified before he was on Twitter.
I'm still not verified.
Oh, really? Jerry used to complain all the time that Jesus got verified and he didn't. He's like, what the fuck? It's okay.
Oh, I actually just verified that. No, I'm still not.
Oh, really? You guys are not verified?
I'm not either.
I got kicked off Twitter for a day.
No.
Okay, then I'm not ever going to be verified. By the way,
It's not cool to be verified anymore, guys.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You know what? We got a bunch of guys on here who can't even get verified. I got verified so quickly and so well it made your head spin. Okay?
Oh, no, I'm on the edge of the thing.
Many people know I'm verified.
There's only one person on this stage who's verified, okay? I'm verified.
The top people at Twitter have verified me. I've been verified by all the top people. They know I'm verified. I'm verifiable.
Even Larry Kudlow verified me, okay? He did.
I'm going to build my own Twitter and make the Mexicans pay for it.
By the way, that's like again, John, you're underestimating how that sounds preposterous to you, because it is preposterous that I'm going to make the Mexicans build the wall and then have them pay for it. But what it sounds like to a Republican is, fuck yeah.
Fuck those Mexicans.
Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, even if it's not
that's why he keeps coming back to it.
I'm going to make ISIS turn their guns on their own heads and pull the trigger. I mean, why not apply that to everything? And they'll buy it.
They'll buy it, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Putin punch himself in the jaw and make himself look stupid.
I'm going to make the Ayatollah blow himself. I think I might have to stop covering politics, I think. I don't think mentally I can't.
24/7 sidekick for Johnny.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Here's our. By the way, do we have Michael Schur or no? No. Okay, Michael Schur is. He's in the way. Okay. So let me go to another clip here. So we are going to. Which one are we going to go to? We're going to go to the Rubio-Jeb Bush fight. So this is going to be clip 4, guys. So
Marco, when you signed up for this was a 6.
Let me set it up. So at the end of these debates, we do a lot of categories, including best controversy. So the best controversy, best fight of the debate in this case was Jeb Bush versus Marco Rubio. Jeb Bush started it, Rubio ended it. Let's watch.
But Marco, when you signed up for this was a 6-year term, and you should be showing up to work. I mean, literally, the Senate, what is it, like a French work week? You get like 3 days where you have to show up. You can campaign or just resign and let someone else take the job.
Well, it's interesting. Over the last few weeks, I've listened to Jeb as he walked around the country and said that you're modeling your campaign after John McCain, that you're going to launch a furious comeback the way he did by fighting hard in New Hampshire and places like that, carrying your own bag at the airport. You know how many votes John McCain missed when he was carrying out that furious comeback that you're now modeling after?
He wasn't my...
Now, Jeb, I don't remember... Well, let me tell you, I don't remember you ever complaining about John McCain's vote record. The only reason why you're doing it now is because we're running for the same position, and someone has convinced you that attacking me is going to help you. Here's the bottom line. My campaign is going to be about the future of America. It's not going to be about attacking anyone else on the stage.
But Marco, when you... Yeah. That was the reversal that we talked about.
Yeah, he was in a figure 4 leg lock, and he reversed the figure 4 leg lock, and then Bush was like, "Oh no!"
Right. Got him in a submission hold.
Yeah, he did, and I think Bush at the end of the debate might tap out. Yeah, and so look, Rubio is as fake a politician as it gets, all the way down to this. You know, the political consultant was to tell you to hold your hand like this if you're a politician. No one else on the planet does this other than fake politicians, right? So, and Clinton did it, and Kennedy did it, but that's why they get it from this, right? But nonetheless, that was an excellent turnaround that he had on Bush, and he had planned it, okay? So, give the guy credit. He did his homework. For every question he was asked, including the tough questions, as Mark said during the debate, he had prepared those answers, and he turned it around, and he was ready to go. He didn't get caught off guard. And when Bush did that attack, he's like, he knew that he had supported McCain, knew what McCain's voting record was, and had the comeback ready to go. That's some good homework, man. So give him credit for that. Yeah, that was an excellent comeback, and he clearly won that fight.
I think one thing that made it look, I think that it was the result of his research, and so he did a good job. He knew that he was being recently talked about that. It was in the news today. He's going to be asked about it, but it was a bad move for Jeb. Because you can't launch that sort of obvious attack on someone on the stage all that often. You get 1 or 2 chances during a debate. And so to do it on that issue, which I think some people care about, but I don't think that that's one of people's biggest concerns, whether he misses some votes. And to not do it to one of the front runners, to do it to Marco Rubio, who I understand is the other possible establishment candidate. So I think in both cases, it was a weird choice to make for I'm going to risk looking like an ass to attack someone, and it didn't pay off for him. And by the way, also, I think that Rubio does come out of this looking great, although all of what he was saying, all of his explanation was basically a couple of other people also skipped a lot of work, so why can't that was his explanation.
And I thought that Jeb was going to grab it. When he started to talking and cut him off, I thought that's exactly the defense he was going to reapply. But instead, as Jenk says, he was just he was just trying to say something and hope that inspiration came to him.
See, part of Jeb's problem is that he is told by his handlers, you got to be more of a tough guy, right?
Yeah.
Trump's winning by being a tough guy. It's a Republican race. You got to be more aggressive. So he goes and does that attack on Rubio, which was planned, right? Yeah. But he's not actually a tough guy. He's a klutz, right?
Yes,
he's a spaz. He's a spaz.
It's a great way to put it.
Right. And so when he does the attack, which is so out of his comfort zone, and then he gets hit back, he's like, oh no, and he stumbles back and falls down, but not from the hit, but because he tripped.
And he's got no footwork.
Right, because he's a klutz. And and we talked about it live during the debate. He goes into to fight someone and he does this. Yeah. Like it's like the 1800s. Like he doesn't He doesn't know how to fight. So when he tries to fight, it doesn't get any better. It gets worse for him.
Yeah.
So clearly the loser of the night and certainly of that exchange. Okay, so worst line of the debate is a competition that is so strong. I mean, there were so many lines.
Warm Kiss.
Yeah, I think Warm Kiss might have been it. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have Warm Kiss. Probably not. But okay, let's come back to worst line for a second. Everybody think about it too. But best line of the debate, I have my candidate, so I want to run that by you guys. Guys, this is going to be clip 11. So for the best line of the debate, I think Jimmy and I agree to this. John, I don't think does, but let's go to Trump's closing statement about what he did to the CNBC debate overall, and then we'll come back and discuss.
Our country doesn't win anymore. We used to win. We don't win anymore. We lose on trade. We lose with ISIS. We lose with one of the worst deals I've ever seen negotiated of any kind. That's our recent catastrophe with Iran. We don't win. Let me give you one quick example. These folks, CNBC, they had it down at 3.5 hours. I just read today in the New York Times, $250,000 for a 30-second ad. I went out and said, it's ridiculous. I could stand up here all night. Nobody wants to watch 3.5 or 3 hours. It was a big sacrifice, and I have to hand it to Ben. We called Ben. He was with me 100%. We called in. We said, that's it. We're not doing it. They lost a lot of money. Everybody said it couldn't be done. Everybody said it was going to be 3 hours, 3.5, including them. And in about 2 minutes, I renegotiated it down to 2 hours so we can get the hell out of here. Not bad. And I'll do that with the country. We will make America great again. And thank you, everybody. Just for the record, the debate was always going to be 2 hours. Senator Rubio, that's not right. That is absolutely not right. You know that is not right.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, that's a win all across the board for him, okay? So, by the way, I actually think that Trump was right about this.
I think he was
I think the debate was going to be 3 hours.
Yes!
Trump did complain. Now, the reason he complained is because he doesn't want the debates to be longer because he gets exposed.
He runs out of gas.
Yeah, exactly. He runs out of gas, he gets tired, and he doesn't have any substance to begin with.
Right.
But he did negotiate it down. He did win against CNBC. He did get his way. And there's a concrete example, as Mark said during the live coverage, of him, delivering on a promise, right? Delivering on negotiations. So I think that came across as well as it could.
There's no one else who has made, who has a recent action that can serve what they're saying in their campaign. His whole campaign is, I'm a tough negotiator. We've got horrible negotiators. That's what we get beat all over. Look, I just negotiated with CNBC and kicked their fucking ass. No one else has that. He's the only guy who can say that. But the warm kiss thing, I gotta tell you, that was the biggest loser line of the night, right? The warm kiss. That was such a bad line. And Coulter's dick shrank.
So the warm kiss line that Jimmy's referring to, of course, is when Jeb Bush was asked, hey, would you raise taxes $1 if the Democrats gave you $10 in spending cuts? Right? And he doesn't want to answer that question. They think it's a gotcha question. It's not. Just answer it. Yes or no. Just have a... He's like, oh, they'll never cut it by 10. They'll never... If they cut it by 10, I would give them a warm kiss. And everybody's like, oh, swing.
Yeah. Ben Carson would say, I don't stand for that. I'll support that.
Yeah.
I mean, prison was only natural.
I mean, who in a Republican debate talks about giving Democrats warm kisses?
Yeah, that was...
I mean, here's who's not going to do that, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay? He's going to make them build a wall and pay for it.
Next debate, he's going to say he's going to give the Democrats a handy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
A hand job.
Yeah, a hand job.
Hand job.
Are you kidding me? There's no way Bernie Sanders would do that. If he did, I would give him a hand job.
So, hand jab.
Right.
Exclamation.
So I would say
that's the release.
That's the release.
Yours. Stays with it.
Hand job.
I am not. I know going into this, I'm not going to be able to sway. People think that's the best line. Okay, I get that. Here's why I don't think it is. Because again, it reinforces to me that it's strength that is hiding inherent weakness. He says, I could stand up here all night. No. If you thought that you could stand up there all night and comport yourself well and look good and explain your points and win people over, you wouldn't have to cut it by 50%. You want to cut it because, Look, if cutting debates makes you strong, then Debbie Wasserman Schultz is the strongest person on the planet because she cut all the Democratic debates, basically. Why is she not strong then? No, it's strength. What should have happened is one of them, maybe Kasich, I don't know, who was giving the final comment after Trump, should have thrown away their final things and say, okay, some people on the stage are too scared to stand before you and answer the tough questions that this biased media are throwing at us, but I'm not afraid to stand here for 3 hours or 3.5 hours. Some people want to run away. I'm going to stand here. I'm going to talk about the economy, foreign policy, whatever you want to talk about, I'm going to talk about it. Other people can leave. We don't need them. We got the answers right here just at my podium. Yeah, that's dumb.
Well, it sounds good the way John says it. I don't think anybody quite would have sold that concept the way you've just sold it. I mean,
being willing to answer to the American public?
Yeah, I know, but look,
Hillary Clinton is strong.
No, but here, one last thing with this. Look, John, again, the guy's sitting at home on his couch.
He's drunk.
And he's about to pass out. He doesn't want a 3.5-hour debate. He doesn't care about the extra 1.5 hours of substance, right?
Come back, foreign policy, right?
You're too much of a real human being, John, to be talking about these people.
John, I know because I'm just as much of a dork as you are. And when I was in the student senate in college, right? They're about
student government.
I can't tell you the number of times they were about to convene the meeting. It's giant. We had a huge undergrad, giant student senate, right? And we're ready to convene. I go, no, one more point, right? Everybody's like, boo, you fucking boo, you piece of shit, and shut up already, right? And
that was me too.
Okay.
Parliamentary procedure, please.
Point of order. So, but people don't like that guy. They like the guy who says, let's get out of here, man. Let's go grab a beer. Let's have some pizza. Yeah, come on, man. Where's the party? And that's what Trump is.
We don't deserve
He's the howler monkey.
So we don't deserve democracy in this country.
So Trump is the John Belushi in the middle of a bunch of deemed
There you go.
Right? That's what he's being right now. But the weird thing is that the Republicans really like Dean Wormers, but they also like John Belushi. It's weird, right?
Yeah.
Because they're all about that. But it's weird. It's also interesting that you were a senator in college. Yeah, I went to Illinois. You were also when I was in Illinois.
Vice President.
Illinois State, they called them academic senators, which I was one.
Is that right?
It had nothing to do with academics.
Oh, really?
Nothing. All you had to do was get elected. So I ran, and I was an academic senator, and I got kicked off 2 of my committees.
Good for you. That's Jimmy Dorigo. Yeah, the rebel. Jimmy the rebel. So are you the only non-senator on this state?
I ran the radio station. That's as close as I could get.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
So I had to ride herd over those boards of people like Jimmy who all want to change the format.
Yes. I was also a DJ, and also got
that's so funny. I like when I reflect back on what I should have done in college, and yes, we're off to debate now, and about us, okay? I felt like, why didn't I work at the radio station in college? Why didn't I do some kind of communication instead of wasting my time with point of order?
You were trying to make a difference at your university, Jake, that's why.
I suppose so. All right. So now, final thing is just an overall summary of the debate, okay? So we had this debate on CNBC among the Republicans. Overall summary is this. There's a disaster for Jeb Bush and Rand Paul. And so I think their campaigns are really going to be hurt by this. Rubio, Jeb Bush, and Kasich were in a fight for who's going to be the establishment candidate. Kasich came out really strong out of the gate. I think his campaign told him you got to be more aggressive, and he was, and he did a pretty good job, and then faded, right? Jeb Bush came out flat and got even flatter, right? And partly flattened by Rubio. So in that camp of Republicans, Rubio, I think, emerged as even stronger than he already was. He was already starting to accumulate a lot more of the donor money and a lot of the establishment behind him. This might have been a pivotal moment when Rubio passed Bush definitively as the establishment candidate. So I think that's why it was important in that sense. Now, on the other side, there's 2 other camps. One is the anti-establishment camp, mainly Trump versus Carson, a little bit of Fiorina, but she really didn't show up much here tonight. I think John doesn't agree, but the 3 of us generally think that Trump won that between Carson and Trump. But then John's right that, hey, Carson never ceases to say anything during a debate, and then he comes out and his polls have risen. Right? Yeah. So we're apparently misjudging the fervor for Ben Carson's soft talk.
He seems, I'll say one thing about Ben Carson. He seems unflappable. You know,
Right.
when hit with certain specifics about his endorsements and money and even these very controversial things he said, he doesn't waver. He that quiet, that low energy thing that Trump talks about, that could be seen or perceived anyway as unflappable. And maybe that's resonating somehow.
No question Ben Carson's quiet thunder. Because he's right now leading in the national polls in at least one poll, and he's leading in Iowa. So we might be wrong about that, but our read overall was that Trump won that by bullying people and plain talk, as he usually does. So plain it doesn't say anything, right? Now, in the camp of the irrelevance, right? Rand Paul, Chris Christie, Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz. What's interesting is, we've talked about how Rand Paul disappeared and it seemed like he was part of the drapes for a while. Huckabee didn't make much of a dent here. But this is the first time in over 3 hours of coverage we've done here live that we mentioned Ted Cruz's name. Isn't that interesting? Ted Cruz usually bombastic, firing missiles and doing all this stuff, and he hardly registered here. So I think he's also fading a little bit. I thought there's some chance that Cruz come out of this. If Trump falls, Cruz kind of is the Trump replacement, and there's still not a good chance, but there's some possibility that happens. Yeah. But at the end of the night, I came out of it thinking, I think we've got our race here, and it's Rubio versus Trump. That's my takeaway.
I would say most of what Cruz said sounded like he was delivering like a standard kind of populist democratic economic. Yeah, like that's what he was saying. In the same way that Huckabee on entitlement sounded like what a Democrat should sound like. That's what Ted Cruz sounded like on the economy. But he stopped his thing like that he was doing in the second debate of that, thankfully, and Chris Christie picked it up. I apparently am incapable of accurately analyzing what Donald Trump does. And I realize that although I've been saying he will fail, and he is in second place now in recent polls, I will say that of the fails of the debate, it's the fact that they didn't bring that up. When you have a candidate like Donald Trump on the stage who can't go one tweet or 1 minute without talking about polls for months and months leading up to it, and then he's down in the polls, and the only polls you talk about are how Jeb Bush went from 9% to 7%. That's the poll change you bring up. Nothing about Carson suddenly being first nationally by 4 points, or more than that, double that in Iowa. That's a failure on the part of the people running the debate. And my thing coming out of it is, if Trump is strong in the ways that you guys are saying he's strong, but we still assume that even if he goes on to win this, he can't win the general election, then if he can just be stupidly strong, why couldn't that work in the general election? Against Hillary Clinton, who's going to sound academic by comparison, who's going to sound like she's complicating things by comparison. So why, in that case, wouldn't he then have a good chance of winning?
I don't know that he wouldn't. I mean, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't, but I don't know, as you lay it out there, that visceral thing that's going on with Trump, because that's all it is. It's just this gut thing people respond positively to for all the effed up reasons we talked about. That won't carry him in a general election. I mean, should he get to a general? It seems inconceivable, but, should it happen? Because the same visceral reaction that Trump is producing on the positive end among these people is produced on the negative end by Hillary Clinton, right?
Yeah.
Her negatives are high. Those are visceral negatives. They're not responding. Sure, they hang it on stuff like Benghazi or whatever, but the truth is, it's just visceral. It's just gut.
So I will say this about the Hillary thing, because literally I get, a little stomach ache when I listen to her talk. Literally, my wife and I, a little bit like, from the Benghazi thing, it's the opposite. It's that old Bill Clinton getting persecuted for getting a BJ. It's like, I come to his defense because the people he's up against are even crazier. So I found myself not hating her, not having that reaction. Now there's a bigger dick in the room. Now I hate them, and I want to protect her. I'm on her side now. So that she will win because she'll be up against bigger dicks. That's why Bill Clinton won. He was up against bigger dicks.
It'll seem like a persecution.
Yes.
Which is what, I have the same reaction.
I didn't talk about that.
Okay, I agree with all that. I think Hillary Clinton stands, unfortunately, depending on your perspective, an excellent chance of being the next president of the United States. The pundits who think that are not overall wrong. She does stand a pretty good chance of winning the primary. And then in the general election, up against the monster, you would think that we'd come to our senses and would vote against the monster and hold our nose and vote for the establishment, which is what Hillary Clinton clearly is.
Yeah.
But this is where we might part ways a little bit. I think Trump does have a decent chance of beating Hillary Clinton.
Well, no,
because people hate the establishment.
Yes, but
they hate it. Like, so we get it. We're smart enough to know Benghazi's nonsense. We're smart enough to know they're attacking her unfairly. But I don't know that everybody's in that camp. They're going to see establishment and they're going to see alpha male, and they might pull the trigger for alpha male.
4 years of non-stop race baiting, attacking, obstructionism of Barack Obama, right? And he still beat the shit out of Mitt Romney. Still beat the shit out of every Republican.
And there's a demographic issue too.
And that's because of the Hispanics. He's worse than Mitt Romney on the Hispanics, Donald Trump.
No, they love him. That's what he says. That's what he tells me.
So that's why it's over for him. I think because they say the Hispanics, even the Republican Hispanics. And by the way, the Republican Hispanics held a news rally. Wasn't it yesterday, Johnny? You just covered this. They held a news rally threatening the Republicans that if you don't stop this coming after Mexicans and demonizing us, we're not going to be there for you on election day. These are the Republican Mexicans, right? So even the Republican Mexicans aren't going to vote for a Republican.
And to Jimmy's point, one of the things that the Republicans knew going into this next presidential cycle, they knew they'd have to produce what at the polls? Support from the Latinos.
Yes.
They knew they didn't have it. This guy, Trump, is not that guy. So, I mean, if that's your plan, it's bizarre.
Especially if it's Trump or Rubio.
So that's why Rubio is going to be the guy.
Okay. You guys have talked me into increasing the Trump's chances. Keep underestimating
10-1. I'll give you 10-1 on Trump right now.
Oh my God! Take it. Finally, he's going to say this all show long for 3 hours.
I'll give you $100. I win $1,000 to you.
Really, you're going to give me $1,000?
Yeah.
Nomination or general election? He wins.
General election. What are we talking about?
Okay. I'm going to be a man of my word, and I'm going to make that bet. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because before you offered that bet, I thought to myself, that's it. I'm moving him up to 12.5% chance of winning the whole thing. I had him at 0 for the nomination. I had him at 1% for the nomination. I had him at 5% for the nomination. Tonight I'm moving him up to 12.5%, not for the nomination, but for the general election. Okay, the Republicans love alpha males. The guy is keep it simple, stupid. Okay, he keeps it simple. So that kind of braggadocio, clear bully that you hate, John, lack of intellect, lack of any substance, they love. His chance of winning the nomination is now pretty good at about 25%. Once you get into a general election, yes, the odds are with the Democrats because of demographics, etc. But people hate the establishment and they don't trust Hillary Clinton. When this guy comes out and puffs his chest out, you got to remember something. Ronald Reagan won 2 terms. He was just an actor.
That's true.
It was all marketing.
He was vapid. That's exactly right.
And what's Donald Trump? All marketing. Okay? So, 12.5% chance. And if I think it's 12.5% chance and you gave me 1 to 10, that means I should take the bet. Right? And that's why I took it.
That's the best analysis I've heard as to why he might have a chance.
One quick question. Do you think it could matter? Right now, we're talking about debates. We're going to have a lot more Republican debates, but at least for the time being, you're going to have 10 or 9 or 8 people, so he gets to just hide and occasionally pop out and insult someone and say something arrogant or whatever. But at some point, when you win the nomination, you stand on a stage against one other person, and you have to talk for half of 2 hours against Hillary Clinton. And you're going to do a foreign policy one, and you're going to do an economy one. When you can't hide and occasionally pop out and say something, could then his stupidity and lack of awareness of the issues, could that possibly then hurt him?
Now let me back up the notion that it can. Because what I'm seeing, and it could change maybe when it's just 2 people on stage, but I'm seeing him bend the narrative, bend the question to whatever he wants. I mean, it's remarkable. I mean, the power to evade the question and just crush it with whatever, as Jenks says, alpha male stuff he's got. It seems to work over and over and over again. It might work for 2 hours.
So he knows how to,
and he does one-liners. And what did Ronald Reagan do? It's not like he was smarter than Walter Mondale or Jimmy Carter. Oh, right. Thanks, John. That's funny.
There you go again. I was bored during his re-election campaign.
This is why Jenks' point is a good one, and why I just said, it's the best defense or explanation. Because I do think Ronald Reagan was, that thin, and so is Trump. It's a totally different line.
There's a difference. Ronald Reagan did amnesty.
That's a good point.
And they still voted for him.
So there you go. And the Republicans voted for him, the Hispanics voted for him, so that's why. Trump's not going to do amnesty, and he's lost that Hispanic vote.
By the way, there's one last thing you guys are underestimating, and we'll end on this, okay? You're underestimating Donald Trump's ability to change all of his positions. He has no principle. He has no shame, right? So, like, when we talk about, hey, can people pivot in the general election? Rubio's a slimy politician. He'll pivot. We know he can pivot and pretend to be more moderate than he actually was, or his positions were in the primary. Some of them, Ted Cruz can't pivot. There's no pivot in that. He's a right-winger. There's no way out of it, right? Donald Trump is super right-wing on a lot of things now. And then when it comes to general election, he'd be like, what do you mean? Of course, for Latinos, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to increase food stamps. I'm going to give Latinos free education. Who cares?
He doesn't
care.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care, right? Like, hey, listen, I'm talking about bad guy immigrants. I'm keeping them out so I can give good guy immigrants here and Latinos in the country everything they want. Chicken in every pot.
I'm horrified.
He has no shame.
Right. You're right.
And by the way, a third of his positions are far more progressive than the Republican positions.
Yes.
So he can come out and say, hey, wait, I'm the guy who wants to increase taxes on hedge funds. Well, and Hillary Clinton said during the debates that she represents Wall Street. Like, now you're getting a little scared, right?
Yeah, I'm getting a little scared. Well, after all, they called him. They called him on the Mark Zuckerberg's personal senator thing, and he did his little evasion. I never said that. So they came back and they said, "Here's literally, you said this." He didn't have to answer.
So
to it.
what? Yeah.
They called him on it. They
got away.
Yeah, I'm horrified.
Okay, I think I kind of put the.
You want to make another one of those debates with me, or one of the bets with me?
Okay, all right.
Yes.
All right, guys.
It does feel as though, I have to say though, I still think Trump's popularity is going to evaporate. I do. I really. It won't stand the test of time. That might be what I would say.
Well, never broken 30%.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but none of them have. That's I think that's a fake point, right?
But he couldn't
Jeb Bush has never broken 12%. What difference does it make? You see what I'm saying?
I know that's true, but I'm saying when we talk about how there's a significant block of Republicans who say they will never, under any circumstances, vote for him, and he's riding popularity itself. I think his inability before Trump and Fiorina, or before Carson and Fiorina, he was at like 25%. Then we move it around, and all of a sudden Carson's beating him now, and he's still at 22, 24%. I don't know. I feel like he could have, if he's really connecting with people, and if he's really going to ride popularity itself, he's never going to get more coverage than he already did. Not anytime soon.
Again, don't underestimate him. He's a non-stop coverage machine. Okay, well, look, man, fascinating times we live in, and possibly scary times we live in. Okay, I want to thank everybody on the panel. Everybody check out The Edge. It's a great podcast from Mark Thompson. Thanks, man. Everybody check out Sentence to Live on Hulu from Jimmy. Your country's just not that into you. His book, Jimmy Dore podcast, Jimmy Dore Show, and Think Tank for John Iderola. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.